Prologue. The Pact. The Carpathians brooded like a black wall at the edge of the world. Peaks jagged as broken teeth loomed against a swollen moon, and the forests whispered with voices older than Rome. Few men of reason lingered in such a place. Yet on a cold autumn night in 1803, Napoleon Bonaparte came not as a pilgrim, nor as a conqueror, but as a supplicant. The Emperor of the French wore no crown here. His cloak, heavy with frost, clung damp to his shoulders. Around him marched only a handful of guards, muskets muffled with cloth to keep the locks from freezing. The horses snorted steam, their eyes rolling as though they smelled something unnatural in the trees. "Mon Empereur," murmured Marshal Berthier at his side. "Are we certain these men can be trusted? No treaty, no cannon, no fortress stands upon this ground. Only shadows." Napoleon's pale eyes fixed on the path ahead, where a crooked chapel stood against the mountainside, its steeple bent as if by the weight of centuries. "Trust?" His voice was low, cold. "I do not come for trust. I come for power, and power cares little for faith." The chapel doors opened, not by hand, but as if drawn wide by an unseen breath. Inside, torches sputtered to life of their own accord. The air reeked of frankincense, myrrh, and something fouler, like the iron tang of old blood. They were waiting. A dozen figures in robes blacker than the night, faces hidden behind silver masks shaped like skulls. Each bore a staff of twisted wood capped with bone, and their presence made the guards falter. Knuckles white upon their musket stocks. The tallest of them stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice rasped like wind through a tomb. "Napoleon Bonaparte, son of Corsica, usurper of crowns, would-be Caesar." The emperor did not bow. "Titles are wind. I am here to bargain." The masked one tilted his head. "So it is true, the conqueror who bends Europe now seeks what lies beyond Europe, life and death themselves." Napoleon allowed himself a thin smile. Men win battles, armies win wars, but empires? Empires are built upon fear. And what greater fear is there than the grave? I ask you not for counsel, but for legions. A silence fell. The necromancers' heads turned toward one another, as though conversing without speech. At last the leader extended his hand, long white fingers, too long, as if the flesh had been stretched to cover bones not quite human. "There is a price," he said. "The dead do not march for free." Napoleon did not flinch. "Name it. You will give us Europe's fallen. Every soldier slain in your wars, every battlefield shall be our altar, and in return the dead will not rest. They will rise at your command, their loyalty bound not to France nor to you, but to the pact itself. Do you accept this burden?" For a moment, even Berthier's steady breath wavered. The guards shifted, muttering prayers under their tongues. The chapel seemed to groan, timbers creaking though no wind stirred. Napoleon stepped forward, his boots echoing upon the cracked stones. "I accept." The leader raised his staff. Black smoke unfurled, filling the chapel like a storm cloud. Whispers rose within it, countless voices moaning, crying, calling names lost to time. Napoleon's men staggered back, some choking, some weeping. But the emperor stood unblinking, his thin lips moving silently as though he counted each voice. The necromancer's staff struck the ground. A shock ran through the earth, and every torch went out. In the sudden dark, a single flame bloomed between them. Green, unnatural, casting shadows that writhed like living things. "Then it is done," the figure intoned, From this night forward, your eagles will carry not only the thunder of cannon, but the silence of the grave. Wherever you march, the world will know not victory, but dread." The flame leapt higher, searing its color into Napoleon's gaze. For the briefest instant, his reflection flickered in the silver mask, but it was not quite his own. The eyes staring back were older, hollow, and endless. When the light died, the necromancers were gone. Only the echo of their promise lingered, curling in the frost-bitten air. An empire of the living, an empire of the dead. Chapter 1. The Haunted Eagle. The battlefield at Austerlitz lay shrouded in fog, a pale sea rolling across the frozen fields. Dawn had barely touched the horizon, and the sun that would forever be called the Sun of Austerlitz was still hidden behind banks of mist. To most generals, the haze was an enemy, masking formations, confusing the eye. To Napoleon Bonaparte, it was a veil, and behind that veil, shadows stirred. The French army waited upon the Pratzen heights, breath steaming in the cold air. Drums rumbled low, orders whispered down the line, the metallic rasp of bayonets fixing into place. Men shifted uneasily, stamping boots to keep their blood moving. They had marched far, eaten little, and their enemy was vast. Austrians and Russians together, a host that outnumbered them nearly 2-1. Yet it was not the enemy that gnawed at their nerves. It was the presence of a small detachment standing apart, cloaked in black, their standards bearing no eagle nor tricolour, but a single device, a silver skull encircled by a crown of laurel. The soldiers called them the Bataillon des Ombres, though few spoke the name aloud. They numbered no more than 100, scattered like crows among the divisions, and they drilled as soldiers did, but their drills were silent. No shouted cadence, no laughter, no songs. When they moved as one, and when they stood still, it was as though they had always been there. Even the marshals gave them space. Marshal Soult had approached Napoleon the night before, in the Emperor's tent, his face pale beneath his powdered wig. "Sire," Soult said carefully, "I have seen strange corps in my time. Mamluk riders, savage Cossacks, even the Janissaries of the Turk, but never men such as these. My officers whisper. They say the ground chills when those black robes pass, that the horses shy, and that—" he hesitated, then forced the words, "that the men among them do not all breathe." Napoleon had looked up from his maps, his gaze like the edge of a drawn blade. "What do your officers know of breath? Do they imagine war is won by lungs rather than by steel and discipline? These men are mine. They are France's." Soult bowed his head. "As your Majesty commands." But he had left with a shudder, and Napoleon knew the whispers would only grow. Now, on the frozen field, the Emperor rode among his men. His horse stamped the frost, mane glittering with hoarfrost. He wore his grey coat, plain and severe, his bicorn hat pulled low, and he looked less like a sovereign than a soldier, save for the way his very presence seemed to cut through doubt. Wherever he passed, men straightened, eyes shining with that fanatic light his enemies never understood. When he reached the black robes, he halted. They stood in 2 ranks, motionless, staves in hand. At their center was their leader, the tall figure whose silver mask gleamed faintly in the mist. He had taken no name, though among the army he was called simply Le Maître. Napoleon studied him, the two regarding each other in silence while the marshals shifted uneasily behind. Then the Emperor spoke, voice low but carrying. "The enemy is strong. They think to break us with numbers. Let them. We will give them fear instead. Today, your battalion fights with mine. Today, Europe sees the power of shadows." The masked head inclined, and the staff struck the earth once. No words, no salute. But Napoleon felt it, a vibration running through the frozen ground, as though something deep beneath had stirred. He rode on, leaving the battalion in his wake. The battle began with thunder. Cannon roared, muskets cracked, men screamed. The fog parted in flashes of fire as the Austro-Russian columns surged forward, rolling like a tide up the slopes. For hours, the French line bent beneath the weight. Men fell in heaps, muskets slipping from frozen fingers, drums splintered, standards trampled into mud. And still the black robes did not move. They stood among the wounded and dying, motionless, eyes fixed on Napoleon's signal. Soldiers bled out at their feet, whispering prayers. One man clutched at a necromancer's cloak as his lifeblood steamed into the snow, but the figure did not so much as glance down. At last, the emperor raised his hand. A horn sounded, not the bright call of cavalry, nor the roll of infantry advance, but a low, brazen moan, like the bellow of some ancient beast. The necromancers lifted their staves in unison. The ground shook. All across the field, the fallen began to stir. A Russian grenadier, face frozen in death, jerked as if a string had been pulled. His shattered jaw lolled, yet he rose, musket clutched in dead fingers. A French fusilier, his chest caved in by grape shot, lurched upright, his uniform stiff with gore. From the ditches, from beneath the trampled snow, from the heaps of corpses piled where the fighting had raged, the dead clawed their way free. Gasps and cries went up from the living. Some men fell to their knees, crossing themselves frantically. Others turned and fled, only to halt when Napoleon's voice rang out like a trumpet. "Stand fast! Look, they march still! France does not die!" And indeed, the risen dead moved in ranks, shambling but steady, forming lines where the living had faltered. Bayonets gleamed upon muskets wielded by hands stiff with death. Their eyes were blank, their mouths slack, yet their steps fell in eerie unison, boots thudding like drums from the underworld. The Russians screamed. Their columns broke against the unnatural sight. Brothers, comrades, men, they had killed only moments before, now stumbling toward them, weapons raised, muskets fired wildly, shots cutting down both dead and living alike. But the corpses rose again, heedless of wounds. Napoleon spurred his horse forward, riding before the ghastly host, his hand raised high. "Soldiers of France," he cried, "behold your brothers who return to the fight. With them at our side we cannot be broken." A roar answered him, desperate, terrified, yet fierce. The living ranks steadied, the tricolour lifted once more, and with the dead beside them they surged down upon the shaken enemy. It was no battle now, but a slaughter. Cavalry horses reared, refusing to charge the shambling dead. Russian gunners abandoned their pieces, fleeing as their own slain comrades dragged themselves from the carnage. Bayonets clashed, and where a man fell, he rose again moments later, fighting on in silence. Marshal Davout, hardened veteran of a dozen campaigns, watched with his jaw clenched tight. He had seen men brave, men cowardly, men cruel, but never this. Never an army that did not stop, did not tire, did not bleed. He felt a chill deeper than any winter wind creep along his spine. And above it all, Napoleon rode, face alight with grim fire. To him, the horror was nothing. To him, it was victory. By midday, the coalition army was broken. Survivors fled in all directions, leaving cannons abandoned, banners trampled, officers cut down amidst their men. The field was carpeted in corpses, Yet many of those corpses still stood, silent sentinels, waiting upon their master's command. When at last the necromancers struck their staves to earth again, the risen soldiers halted. One by one, they sank back into the snow, lifeless once more, as though strings had been cut. The fog rolled over them, mercifully hiding the twisted heaps. The French cheered, though the cheers were ragged, uncertain. Some wept openly, clutching at crucifixes. Others refused to look at the field at all. Napoleon alone remained unmoved. He looked over the shattered host of Europe, and his pale eyes gleamed with triumph. "Write this day in history," he said softly, "to no one and to everyone. Austerlitz, the world shall call it my masterpiece, but they will never know the true brush I wield." Behind him, the black robes bowed their masked heads, and the shadows lengthened across the snow. Chapter 2. The Empire of the Dead. Paris was ablaze with triumph. Bells rang from Notre Dame to the smallest parish chapels, and cannon thundered in salute along the Seine. Citizens poured into the streets, waving tricolour ribbons, cheering until their voices broke. The word of Austerlitz had come like a lightning bolt, a victory so absolute, so staggering, that even the oldest veterans muttered of miracles. Yet, in the salons and cafes, whispers curled like smoke. Yes, France had won, but at what cost? Marie-Claire Duret, a laundress on the Rue Saint-Honoré, swore she had seen her husband Henri, who had been killed at the same battle now celebrated, marching in the victory parade. His face pale, his gait stiff, his eyes empty as glass. When she called his name, he did not turn. By the time she forced her way through the crowd, the column had passed, and he was gone. Others told similar tales. A brother glimpsed in a regiment he had never joined. A lover's face in a company long since buried in Italy. Some laughed them off as hysteria, but others crossed themselves, muttering of witches, of the devil's work. The joy of triumph soured into unease, like a wine gone bad in its cask. At the Tuileries Palace, Josephine felt it most keenly. She walked the echoing halls at night, silk slippers whispering on marble, unable to sleep. The servants whispered that shadows followed her, long and spindly, out of joint with her body. Once she woke to find the curtains fluttering, though no wind stirred, and in the wavering candlelight she thought she saw faces, hollow-eyed, pressing against the glass as though the night itself were watching. She confronted her husband at last in his study. "Napoleon," she said, her voice trembling though she tried to steady it. "What have you done?" The emperor looked up from his maps, his grey coat draped over the chair, his pale hands resting on the table. He seemed thinner than before the campaign, his skin drawn tight, shadows like bruises beneath his eyes. "I have done what was necessary," he replied. "France is victorious. Europe kneels." "Europe shudders." Josephine pressed forward, clutching the folds of her gown. "They call you Antichrist. They whisper of dead men walking in your armies. I have seen them, Napoleon. Faces in the halls, voices in the dark. I fear for you." For a moment, something flickered in his gaze. Weariness, perhaps, or the faintest trace of doubt. But then it hardened, as steel quenched in ice. "Fear is the foundation of power, Josephine," he said. "Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne, they commanded respect. I command more. I command dread. That is the language kings understand." She reached for him, her jeweled hand pale against his sleeve. But at what price? Napoleon's mouth twitched in something that might have been a smile, but was not. He covered her hand briefly with his own, cold, so cold, and then turned back to his maps. Europe reeled. The Austrians sued for peace within weeks, their envoys pale and trembling, unable to look Napoleon in the eye. They whispered of corpses walking among the French ranks, and one delegate fainted outright when a black-robed figure passed silently through the antechamber. Russia raged and threatened, but their armies, battered and haunted by what they had seen, melted away into retreat. Prussia watched with mounting horror. King Frederick William wrote in his journal, "France has called upon hell itself. If she is not stopped, all Christendom is lost." And in Rome, Pope Pius VII thundered from the pulpit, declaring Napoleon a scourge upon the earth, a mockery of God's natural order. He called for a holy crusade to drive the shadows back into the pit from whence they came. But the crusade did not come. Armies faltered before they marched, soldiers mutinying rather than face the emperor's legions of the living and the dead. Priests preached defiance, but their flocks deserted them. Fear spread faster than faith. Only Britain stood unbowed, safe behind its navy. Yet even there, nightmares took root. When the Royal Navy blockaded French ports, sailors swore they saw drowned men rising from the surf, seaweed tangled in empty eye sockets, their waterlogged hands clawing at the hulls. Entire crews refused to set sail after one ship returned to Plymouth with half its men raving, swearing they had heard the voices of their dead mates calling from the waves. Admiral Nelson, had he lived, might have laughed such tales away. But Nelson lay in a sailor's coffin beneath the waves at Trafalgar, and in France whispers spread that the Necromancers had bound his soul, too, that the great British hero now served beneath the black banners of the Bataillon des Ombres. Within the army, the shadows grew heavier. Marshal Ney confided in Davout one night while their corps bivouacked near the Rhine. They sat apart from the fires, their cloaks wrapped tight against the damp. "I am not ashamed to face death," Ney said, staring into the dark. "I have faced it 100 times, but this," he lowered his voice, "this is different. I see men fall beside me, struck down like wheat beneath the scythe. And then I see them rise again, not once, but twice, thrice, until I no longer know if they fight for France or for something else entirely." Davout's square, implacable face betrayed nothing, but his eyes were troubled. "Would you rather they stayed dead, Michel? That our line broke, that the enemy swept us from the field? Better a soldier who rises again than none at all." "But are they soldiers still?" Ney's voice cracked with the strain. "Or only shadows wearing familiar faces?" Neither spoke further, and the silence pressed around them like a weight. In the distance, across the Rhine, wolves howled. Yet even the wolves sounded afraid. The Necromancers themselves remained a mystery. They asked for no quarters, no pay. They did not drink, nor eat, nor sleep, at least not as men did. When they were not on campaign, they dwelt apart in a wing of the Tuileries, sealed to all others. Servants swore the windows they never opened, and at night, pale green light flickered through the curtains. Once, Talleyrand, ever curious, attempted to slip into their chambers. He returned within minutes, his face grey as ash, his hands trembling too violently to hold his cane. He refused to speak of what he had seen, though in later years he was overheard muttering, "They are not men. They are not men at all." Napoleon alone seemed untroubled by their presence. He summoned them often, sometimes for counsel, sometimes merely to stand in silence as he studied his maps. He spoke to them as though to old friends, though none but he ever heard their voices. Some whispered that he was becoming one of them. The people of Paris began to notice changes in their emperor. His once vivid eyes grew sunken, his cheeks hollow, his hair threaded early with grey. Yet he remained tireless, working through the nights, riding for days without sleep. He spoke less, and when he did, his words seemed to echo as though from a great distance. Still, the victories continued. Bavaria, Saxony, Italy, all fell beneath his hand. The Confederation of the Rhine was born, and the map of Europe was redrawn. But in the taverns, men muttered of strange things. A drummer boy swore he had seen his sergeant, who had fallen at Ulm, standing watch over the bivouac days later. A cavalryman claimed his horse had gone mad, throwing him when a dead comrade rode past in silence. And in the hospitals, surgeons whispered that some wounds did not bleed as they should, that some patients lingered too long between life and death, their eyes glassy, their lips moving with words no one could hear. The empire was winning, but it was no longer wholly alive. In the spring of 1806, Napoleon held court in Paris. The gilded halls glittered with light, jewels flashing, uniforms bright with braid and medals. Envoys from across Europe bent the knee, even as they cast wary glances at the shadows clustered in the corners. Napoleon stood at the height of his power. Josephine, radiant in silk, smiled dutifully at his side, though her eyes flickered with unease whenever her husband's hand brushed hers. So cold, so still. When the musicians struck up a march, the emperor's gaze drifted beyond the chandeliers, beyond the courtiers, to the tall, masked figure waiting silently in the doorway. No one else seemed to notice him, but Napoleon inclined his head ever so slightly in acknowledgement. The maître did not move. He did not need to. Napoleon had built an empire of marble and gold, of cannon and cavalry, of triumph and terror. But in the shadows of that empire, something older, darker, and far more patient waited, and it bore his banner. Chapter 3. Shadows in Paris. Paris glittered. Gas lamps burned through the night along the boulevards, throwing long shafts of light across the Seine. Carriages clattered over cobblestones, and the cafes were alive with the chatter of poets, merchants, and officers flushed with victory. France was master of Europe. To the common eye, the capital shone brighter than ever, yet beneath the glitter lay a hush, subtle but growing. The revelry of the people carried a nervous edge, as though laughter itself might draw attention from unseen listeners. Streets emptied earlier. Locks were double-bolted, and when the lamps sputtered out, Paris belonged not to men, but to whispers. In the Tuileries, Josephine woke in the small hours, heart hammering. Again, the knocking. 3 sharp raps, as though knuckles struck against glass. She sat up in bed, the silken canopy trembling as she clutched it in her fists. The chamber was cold despite the fire in the hearth, and her breath clouded faintly in the dark. There, again. Knock, knock, knock. Her gaze darted to the tall windows that overlooked the gardens. Curtains billowed gently, though the panes were shut tight. Beyond them, in the faint wash of moonlight, she thought she saw shapes moving among the hedges. Pale shapes, wavering, like men marching in silence. "Napoleon," she whispered, reaching for her husband. But the space beside her was empty. He had not come to her chamber for weeks. Gathering her courage, she slid from the bed, her bare feet brushing cold marble. She drew back the curtain. A face peered back at her. She recoiled with a cry, clutching at the fabric. For a heartbeat, she thought it was Henriette, her long-dead maid, or perhaps her cousin who had died of fever as a child. Hollow eyes, flesh pale and loose, lips murmuring soundlessly against the glass. Then the face vanished, swallowed by the moonlight, leaving only her reflection staring back, wide-eyed, trembling. The door burst open, and Hortense, her daughter, hurried in with a candle. "Maman, what is it?" Josephine forced herself to smile, though her hand still shook. "Nothing, ma chérie. Only a dream." But she did not sleep again that night. Whispers grew louder in the city. In the Rue Saint-Denis, a baker swore that his apprentice, who had died in the conscription riots, delivered bread to him one dawn before fading into mist. A seamstress claimed her brother knocked on her door, though his name was carved on a cenotaph in Vienna. Children played a cruel new game in the alleys. One would lie stiff and still upon the stones until another whispered the necromancer's chants, and then he would rise again, staggering with arms outstretched. To the shrieks of the others, the priests thundered from their pulpits. "Beware," cried Abbé Moreau at Saint-Sulpice. "The veil between life and death is torn. The devil walks in our streets, clothed as emperor." But his words were swallowed by the silence of his flock, who stared at him with eyes shadowed by fear. And in the taverns, men drank heavily, not to celebrate, but to forget. Among the army, the fear was sharper still. At Les Invalides, where the wounded were tended, strange things were said to occur. Surgeons whispered that their wards did not rest as they should. A man whose lung was pierced by a musket ball survived 3 nights, though he had ceased breathing on the first. Another's eyes clouded white, yet he rose from his cot when called by name, stumbling to attention as though on parade. Nurses found beds cold and empty where corpses had lain, their sheets damp as though with morning dew. Marshal Murat, reckless as ever, laughed it off. "What does it matter? So long as they fight, dead or alive, they are mine to command." Yet even he avoided passing the Invalides after dusk. Ney, Davout, and Lannes spoke little, but their silences grew heavier. Napoleon himself was changed. Once he had been tireless but human, his appetite fierce, his temper sharp, his charm undeniable. Now he seemed carved of stone. He ate little, often nothing at all. He slept rarely, pacing the palace corridors at night while his court lay restless. His skin grew pale, his eyes shadowed, yet his gaze cut sharper than ever. Ministers who tried to contradict him faltered beneath it, as though some unseen weight pressed upon their hearts. He began to speak in ways that unsettled even his closest circle. "Time," he muttered once to Berthier, bent over a map of Poland. "Time is the true enemy. Flesh rots, thrones crumble, memory fades. But I have found a way to chain time itself. What is a man, Michel? A breath, a flicker, but an empire of shadows that endures." Berthier, practical and loyal, bowed his head. Yet when he left the chamber, sweat gleamed cold upon his brow. Josephine confronted him again, more desperate this time. "My love," she begged, taking his hands. They were cold as marble, and she could not suppress a shiver. "I beg you, release yourself from these creatures. They drain you. You are not the man I wed." Napoleon's eyes softened briefly. "I am more than that man, Josephine. I am more than any man. I am history itself, clothed in flesh." "History has no heart," she cried. "But you do. You must." He kissed her brow with lips that felt like ice. "Then remember me kindly," he said, "whatever I become." The city itself began to reflect his transformation. Where once Paris rang with music, new silences grew. The bells of certain churches tolled at odd hours, though no hand pulled the ropes. Fountains ran sluggish, the water dark as ink. The gardens of the Tuileries withered at the edges, roses blooming one day and shriveled the next. One morning, The Seine rose without rain, its current black and slow. Fishermen swore they saw pale faces drifting beneath the surface, eyes wide, hair streaming like weeds. When nets were cast, they returned empty, save for bones, slick and ancient, clattering against the wooden hulls. And always, always, the shadows of the necromancers stretched longer, though the sun shone bright. Parisian society adjusted, as it always does. The salons of Madame de Staël buzzed not with poetry, but with speculation. Was the emperor truly mortal? Did he sleep in a coffin, as whispered? Was he perhaps the beast foretold in Revelation? Fashion shifted as well. Black silk grew popular, silver jewelry in the shape of skulls, laurel crowns twined with bone. The jeunesse dorée prided themselves on attending séances, claiming to speak with generals fallen in Italy or Spain. Yet, beneath the affectations was true fear. Servants crossed themselves before approaching their masters. Mothers forbade their children to play in cemeteries, lest they hear voices calling from the graves. France was strong, stronger than ever. But it was not the France of Molière, nor of Voltaire. It was something else, something older, darker, a kingdom of twilight. One evening, a storm rolled across the city. Lightning forked above the palace, thunder shaking the windows. Napoleon stood on the balcony, his grey coat snapping in the wind, his hands clasped behind his back. The rain did not touch him. Behind him, the maître approached, silent as always. The silver mask gleamed faintly with each flash. Napoleon did not turn. "They fear me. They should," came the rasping reply. "Yet fear is brittle. It shatters under pressure. I require not fear alone, but obedience eternal." The maître tilted his head. "Then bind them, flesh and soul alike." "And Josephine?" Napoleon asked, his voice quiet, almost human. "She fears me too." The necromancer's silence was an answer. Napoleon closed his eyes. For a moment, his shoulders sagged, a man carrying a burden too vast for any mortal. Then he straightened, and when he opened his eyes again, lightning reflected in them like molten silver. "Then so be it," he said. "If I must reign as shadow, then France shall be shadow also. And the world will kneel, not to a man, but to an empire that does not die." The thunder rolled, drowning all else. And in the streets below, where the rain turned gutters into rivers, some swore they saw pale figures drifting with the current, their mouths open in silent cries. By the autumn of 1807, Paris was no longer wholly of the living. The living and the dead walked side by side, though most dared not look too closely. The markets bustled, theatres played, balls glittered with jewels, but the air was heavy, and shadows clung too long to every corner. The empire of the dead had its capital, and Napoleon its emperor. Chapter 4. The Inquisition of Shadows. The papal envoys arrived in secret. They entered Paris not with fanfare but beneath hoods, slipping through the city gates at night like thieves. Their carriages bore no sigils, no banners. Even so, word spread swiftly. Priests dressed in white, their fingers heavy with rings, their eyes shadowed with suspicion. They lodged at the convent of the Visitation, guarded not by French soldiers, but by their own grim-faced attendants, who carried rosaries as though they were swords. At their head was Cardinal Benedetto Lucchesi, a man of sharp nose and sharper tongue. In Rome, he was famed as a lion of the pulpit. In Paris, he was whispered of as a hunter of heresies. His arrival set the salons aflame with speculation. "They mean to exorcise the emperor," laughed one wit at Madame Récamier's gathering. I should like to see them try. It would take more holy water than the Seine could carry. But beneath the laughter lay unease. For if the Church truly declared Napoleon beyond salvation, what would that mean for France? In the Tuileries, Napoleon received the news without expression. "They think to bind me with incense and prayer," he said coolly, pacing his study while Berthier and Fouché looked on. "They mistake me for a peasant who trembles at shadows. Let them come. They will see what true shadows are." Fouché, ever cautious, inclined his head. "Sire, they carry weight among the people. A whisper from the Church can cut deeper than a bayonet. Shall I silence them?" Napoleon halted, turning. His eyes were pale as the Seine in winter. "No, the people will see me stand unshaken. Let them pray. Their God does not command armies. I do." The words chilled even Fouché, who had never been a pious man. He bowed, hiding the tremor in his hands. That night, Josephine confessed. She slipped into the chapel of Saint-Roch with her veil drawn, her steps quick upon the stone. The church was dark, save for a handful of candles guttering before the Virgin. The smell of wax and incense clung thick in the air, mingled with the faint, sweet rot of old flowers. A priest waited in the confessional, summoned by her letter. He was young, scarcely 30, with eyes too earnest for his years. Father Morel, they called him, a parish priest who had tended the poor through plague and war. Josephine trusted him for his gentleness. She knelt, pulling the grill closed. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," she whispered. The words poured out, her fear, her dreams, the faces in the glass, the icy hand of her husband. "He is not the man he was," she said at last, her voice breaking. "I think he no longer belongs to the world of the living. I think he belongs to them." Silence followed. For a long moment, she thought Father Morel had fainted. Then his voice came, quiet but firm. "Child, you must flee. You are yoked to a power that no crown can sanctify. Leave this place before it claims you also." Tears stung her eyes. "But I love him still." "Then pray for his soul," Morel said, "for it may be all that remains to him." The priest did not leave Saint-Roch alive. At dawn, the sacristan found him slumped before the altar, his face twisted in horror, his hands clawing at his own throat. No wound marked him, yet his eyes were wide and black, as if burned from within. By his side lay his rosary, every bead split neatly in two. The church whispered of martyrdom. The court whispered of warning. And Josephine, when she heard, wept until her maids feared she would not rise again. Meanwhile, the cardinal moved boldly. In the salons, he denounced Napoleon as a Caesar cloaked in the grave. In the convent, he gathered his priests at midnight, chanting Latin litanies that echoed strangely in the halls, as though answered by voices not their own. Rumor spread that he had brought with him relics of the saints, bones, cloths, even drops of holy blood, to wield against the emperor. Talleyrand smirked over his wine. "Relics?" he murmured. "The emperor commands whole legions of relics, and they think a finger bone will frighten him." Yet even he watched the shadows more closely after speaking. An attempt came, as it always does, when fear curdles into desperation. It was a night of rain, the sky swollen black, lightning splitting the horizon. Napoleon returned late from council, his boots dripping on the marble floors of the Tuileries. As he crossed the gallery, a figure darted from the shadows. A man in servant's livery, dagger flashing. The blade struck home, sinking deep into the emperor's chest. Gasps erupted from courtiers. Josephine screamed. Guards rushed forward, muskets raised, but Napoleon did not fall. He stood, staring down at the hilt protruding from his grey coat, his eyes lifted, meeting those of the assassin. The man's face contorted, his hands shook. He tried to pull back, to flee, but could not. His body stiffened, his jaw clamped, his eyes rolled white. And then, to the horror of all, his skin began to wither. His flesh sank inward, his cheeks hollowing, his lips cracking as if centuries of decay had taken him in moments. Within breaths, he was a husk, collapsing into dust at Napoleon's feet. The dagger slid free, clattering harmlessly to the floor. Napoleon brushed his coat, unmarked. Silence smothered the hall. None dared move. Napoleon raised his eyes to them all. In his gaze was no anger, no triumph, only a cold inevitability. "Death," he said softly, "does not touch me." And then he walked on, leaving the dust behind. Afterward, the palace grew quieter still. Courtiers crossed themselves when they thought none looked. Ministers kept their eyes on the floor, and Josephine locked herself in her chamber for 3 days, refusing to see anyone, not even her children. The cardinal pressed harder, warning that France itself stood on the brink of damnation. He sent letters to Rome, demanding excommunication, urging a new crusade. Yet, already, his priests faltered. Several were found wandering the streets at night, murmuring nonsense, their eyes clouded white. One drowned himself in the Seine, leaving no note, only a rosary floating among the weeds. And the people of Paris began to whisper that the church could not save them. In his council chamber, Napoleon summoned the maître. The necromancer entered without sound, the silver mask gleaming faintly in the candlelight. The shadows lengthened behind him, stretching unnaturally across the marble floor. "They send priests against me," Napoleon said, not looking up from his map. "They think prayers can unmake empires." The maître tilted his head. "Faith is a blade, sharp to those who believe, but belief is fragile. Break it, and the blade shatters." Napoleon's finger traced the lines of Poland, his pale hand steady. "Then let it shatter. Let them learn that even heaven cannot stand against France." The necromancer inclined his head. "As you will, sire. But each step you take binds you further. Already the living tremble in your presence. Soon the dead alone will not." Napoleon looked up then, his gaze piercing. "Then let them tremble. The world will not remember me as man or monster, but as conqueror." The maître said nothing. But in the silence, the shadows along the wall twisted, forming shapes that looked like men kneeling. By winter, the cardinal was gone. Some said he had returned to Rome, defeated. Others whispered he had never left Paris at all. In the convent where he had stayed, the sisters swore that one night he entered his chamber and did not emerge. When they opened the door at dawn, they found only a silver mask upon the bed. No priest came after him. The church still thundered. Of course, bulls were written, sermons preached, but the power had shifted. Fear of hell no longer outweighed fear of the emperor. And in Paris, the people learned a new silence. They no longer whispered of the dead walking. They no longer muttered of faces at the windows. They simply lowered their eyes, carried their bread, and pretended not to notice when footsteps followed them down empty streets. In the Tuileries, Josephine watched her husband from across the hall, his figure tall and gaunt beneath the chandeliers. He spoke with his marshals, his voice low, his shadow too long upon the marble. She clutched her rosary, fingers trembling, the beads clicking like teeth. She prayed not for France, not for the church, but for the man she had once loved. And in the silence between her whispered words, she thought she heard an answer. But the voice was not God's. Chapter 5. The Siege of Zaragoza. Spain did not bow. When Napoleon placed his brother Joseph upon the throne of Madrid, the land answered with fire. Priests thundered from pulpits, calling the French usurpers demons in tricolour. Farmers left their fields and took up muskets rusted from their grandfathers' wars. Monks turned monasteries into fortresses. Even women fought, knives bound in their hair, rosaries in their clenched fists. And above all, Zaragoza stood defiant. Perched on the banks of the Ebro, its walls were old, its stones heavy with centuries of faith. Within rose the Basilica of Our Lady of the Pillar, its spires gleaming white against the sun. To the people of Aragon, it was not merely a city, it was a sanctuary, a promise that the Virgin herself would guard them. So when Napoleon's armies advanced, the bells of Zaragoza tolled not for surrender, but for holy war. Marshal Lannes led the assault, grim and unyielding. He had fought beside Napoleon since Italy, and though he had seen the shadows creeping at Austerlitz and Jena, he did not flinch. Yet even he crossed himself when he looked upon the enemy. The Spanish had turned their city into a labyrinth of death. Every street bristled with barricades, every window with muskets. Men, women, even children fired upon the French. At night, voices rose from the churches, chanting hymns until dawn, filling the air with defiance. It should have been impossible to take, but the emperor had sent the maitre with him. The necromancers entered Zaragoza like smoke. They did not fight as men did. They walked among corpses, whispering in tongues no priest could name. In the plague pits outside the city, earth shifted, hands clawed upward, skulls grinning with dirt between their teeth. When the French charged, they did so side by side with the long dead of Aragon, soldiers slain centuries past, now marching again beneath the blackened eagles of France. The Spanish did not break. They fired and cursed and prayed, hurling relics into the streets as if faith itself could form a barricade. Priests bore monstrances aloft, their gilded rays flashing in the smoke. When the dead surged forward, the priests met them with holy water, chanting the names of saints. And sometimes the corpses faltered, just for a moment, as if some memory of heaven lingered in their bones. But for every saint's relic, the necromancers had 10 shadows. And shadows do not bleed. The worst came with the basilica. Inside, thousands had gathered, clutching candles and icons, voices rising in desperate chorus. The hymn shook the very rafters, a tide of belief so fierce it seemed to push back the smoke outside. Marshal Lannes hesitated. Even his hardened veterans would not storm the Virgin's shrine. But the maitre stepped forward, silver mask glinting. He raised his hands, and the candles guttered. The hymn faltered as a cold wind filled the nave. Statues cracked, their stone eyes bleeding dust. The great crucifix above the altar shuddered, and then, with a groan, bent downward, as if Christ himself looked upon the faithful with sorrow. The doors burst open. The dead entered. Screams drowned the hymns. Men who had clutched rosaries dropped them as skeletal hands tore them away. Women who had prayed for their children watched as those same children were dragged into the dark. The air filled with the stink of rot and incense, mingled in one suffocating cloud. At the altar, a priest raised the host high, shouting the words of consecration, "Hoc est corpus meum." The maitre whispered a word, and the priest's body blackened to ash where he stood. The host fell to the floor, burning like paper. By dawn, the basilica was silent. When news reached Paris, It came in two voices. The bulletin spoke of victory, of Zaragoza subdued, of Spanish rebels crushed beneath the might of the empire. They told of French soldiers fighting with honor, of resistance overcome. But the whispers told another tale. They spoke of candles that burned black, of saints' statues weeping blood, of the Virgin's image turning her face away. They spoke of whole streets where the dead walked still, their mouths moving in prayer, though no lungs drew breath. Zaragoza had fallen, but it had not yielded. For the Spanish, it became martyrdom. Guerrilla bands multiplied, each claiming vengeance for Zaragoza. Priests carried relics to the hills, swearing that heaven itself had not abandoned them. If anything, their faith burned hotter, forged in the crucible of horror. But for Napoleon, it was proof. In the Tuileries, he read Lannes' report by candlelight. His face betrayed no horror, no doubt, only calculation. "They fight with saints," he murmured, tracing the map of Spain with his finger. "Then let the saints fight. Let them learn what power truly rules the earth." The maître bowed, his mask catching the candle's flame. And outside, across Europe, the bells tolled, in mourning, in defiance, in dread. For a city had died, but it had not stayed dead. The siege of Zaragoza marked a turning. No longer was the empire seen as merely armies and cannons. It was whispered of as an empire of the grave, its victories written not in ink, but in bone. Some marshals began to falter, their loyalty strained by what they saw. Some wrote to their wives never to bring their children near the court. Yet others swore it proved Napoleon's destiny. For who else could command the living and the dead alike? And in Spain, among the burned ruins of Zaragoza, the shadows never left. Even after the French marched on, travelers spoke of voices at night, chanting hymns in empty streets, of footsteps behind them where no one walked, of the basilica's great crucifix, still bent, Christ's eyes fixed forever upon the stones, as if bearing witness to what had been done in his house. Thus the war spread, no longer a contest of nations, but of faith against shadow. And Napoleon, seated in Paris, set his eyes eastward to lands older, darker, where even the dead were said to fear. Chapter 6. The Long Shadow East. The drums of Dresden shook the earth. In the summer of 1812, all Europe gathered to watch the Grand Armée assemble, an army greater than any the world had seen, nearly 500,000 men, drawn from every corner of Napoleon's empire. French veterans in blue, Italians with their bright plumes, Poles eager for vengeance against Russia, Germans dragged from their towns, even reluctant Prussians marching under black eagles they did not love. Yet it was not the living alone who filled the fields. Among them marched the dead, columns of soldiers who did not breathe, who never faltered. Their uniforms hung in tatters, their muskets rusted, but their pace never broke. Cuirassiers rode with hollow eyes in cracked skulls, sabres raised. Drummers without flesh beat their drums with bone hands. The people of Dresden, who had come to cheer, fell silent as they watched the silent ranks pass. Mothers clutched their children. Priests crossed themselves. Dogs howled and fled. At the head of it all rode the emperor. Napoleon sat on his horse as if carved from stone, his bicorn shadowing eyes that no longer seemed wholly mortal. The maître hovered at his side, cloaked in black, silver mask gleaming like a second moon. It was a parade not of glory, but of omen. That night, in the gilded halls of Dresden, the kings and princes who owed their crowns to Napoleon gathered. They toasted his power, bowed to his victories, but none met his gaze for long. In whispered corners, They muttered of what they had seen. Half his army is corpses. God himself will not bless this march. Better to bend the knee than march to hell beside him. Only the King of Poland raised his glass boldly, for he saw in Napoleon a hope to free his people. But most shrank into silence, knowing their fates were bound to the man who commanded not just nations, but death itself. Across the east, in St. Petersburg, Tsar Alexander prayed. Unlike the kings of the West, he was not content to mutter in gilded halls. He summoned the church, the mystics, the keepers of old rites that had survived in the forests and monasteries of Russia. Men in black cassocks, their beards heavy with incense smoke, brought forth icons that wept oil and relics, said to be fragments of saints' bones. Monks who had lived half their lives in silence spoke prophecies of fire and frost. The Tsar listened, and when his generals urged retreat, scorched earth, sacrifice, he did not flinch. "Let the Corsican come," Alexander said, standing before the icon of Christ the Redeemer. "Let him bring his shadows. We shall answer with light. If we must burn our fields, we burn them. If we must empty our cities, we empty them. Russia will not kneel." And so a holy war was sworn, not only of armies, but of faith. In France, rumours already spread before the first step eastward. The Necromancers had raised too many. Whole villages in Saxony whispered of plagues returning, of crops failing as the dead tramped past their fields. Priests claimed the ground itself recoiled from so much blasphemy. Even some marshals grew uneasy. Ney spat when he saw the shambling regiments, muttering that war was a soldier's craft, not a butcher's charnel. Davout, iron-faced, held his tongue, but in his letters home he wrote, "The Emperor commands an army of shadows. I wonder if even he is still among the living." Yet none dared oppose him. The march east began with thunder. The Grand Armée crossed the Niemen River in a great spectacle. Drums rolled, flags waved, and Napoleon declared to his troops that beyond lay glory, conquest, and the downfall of the Russian bear. The living cheered. The dead said nothing, their empty sockets fixed upon the horizon. But the river itself groaned. Witnesses swore the waters darkened as the corpses waded through, as if the very current sought to drag them down. Fishermen fled, crossing themselves, whispering that the Niemen carried the souls of the drowned and had no wish for more. The steppe stretched before them, endless and grey. Here, the power of the necromancers faltered. The Maitre walked the lines each night, whispering his tongue of ash, yet the dead grew restless. Their bones clicked without command. Some stared at the forests, as if hearing voices the living could not. Wolves followed the columns, their yellow eyes fixed, not on the living but the corpses, as if scenting some ancient prey. One night, a regiment of revenants halted mid-march. No order, no lash could move them. They turned their heads as one, gazing eastward toward the invisible heart of Russia. Then, with a shudder, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless once more. The French soldiers muttered of curses. The Poles crossed themselves. The Germans whispered of pagan gods, still alive in the soil. Napoleon ordered the corpses burned where they lay, but their ashes did not scatter. The wind refused them, leaving grey stains upon the earth, like wounds that would not heal. As the army pressed deeper, villages were found abandoned, their wells poisoned, their churches stripped of icons. The Russians gave nothing, no food, no shelter, only silence. The living began to starve, and still the dead marched. Hunger did not touch them. Frost did not slow them. They became both shield and curse, for though they could fight without need, their presence poisoned the very ground. Soldiers complained of nightmares when bivouacked among them, of dreams where their own bodies rose from the earth, wearing their faces but speaking with strange voices. Some deserted, running into the forests, preferring the mercy of wolves to the company of the dead. On the eve of Borodino, the maitre stood beside Napoleon, gazing across the Russian plains where fires burned in the distance. "They resist more fiercely than Spain," he said, voice echoing from the mask. "This land is old, its faith runs deep, but it will break." Napoleon did not answer. His eyes were fixed eastward, toward Moscow, toward destiny. But in his silence lay something new, not doubt, but weariness, as though each league of the march cost him more of his soul. When dawn came, the drums beat again, and the Grande Armée prepared to drown the fields of Borodino in blood and shadow. And far beyond, in the cathedrals of Moscow, candles flared without flame, icons wept tears of blood, and the priests whispered, "The last judgment has come early, and it rides with a Corsican name." Chapter 7. Borodino, the Field of Skulls. Dawn came thick with mist. On the plain of Borodino, the Grande Armée arrayed itself in ranks that seemed to stretch to the horizon. More than 100,000 men, their bayonets glinting, their banners snapping in the cold morning air. Beside them, in darker lines, stood the dead. Corpses in rotted uniforms, skulls grinning, muskets clutched in skeletal fingers. They made no sound, no cough, no shuffle, only silence, the silence of a graveyard waiting to be disturbed. Across the field, the Russian army waited behind redoubts and earthworks, their cannons already dug in. At their heart stood General Kutuzov, old and half-blind, leaning on his staff as if on the weight of centuries. Priests moved among the Russian soldiers, lifting icons, blessing them with incense. From the ramparts, soldiers sang hymns, ragged but fierce, a chorus rising against the thunder of drums. It was not just a battle of armies, it was a battle of worlds. Napoleon rode the front lines before dawn, his horse's hooves crushing frost. He was pale, his face carved with sleeplessness, but his gaze burned with terrible clarity. The maitre glided beside him, masked and hooded, whispering in a language that seemed to curdle the air. "Here is your crucible," the necromancer murmured. "Break them here, and Russia kneels. Fail, and all of Europe will scent your weakness." Napoleon said nothing. His eyes scanned the Russian defenses, the smoke of their campfires, the glitter of icons held aloft by trembling hands. Faith against shadow, flesh against bone. He raised his hand. The drums rolled. The French cannons opened first, fire belching across the plain. Earthworks shattered, men screamed, smoke swallowed the sky. Infantry advanced, muskets cracking, bayonets gleaming. For hours the ground shook with the clash of men and steel. Then Napoleon gave the other signal. The maitre stepped forward, raising both arms. The ground trembled. From shallow graves, from beneath churned soil, the dead clawed their way free. Skulls, ribs, and rusted steel, forming into ranks that moved as one. The Necromancers battalion advanced, a tide of corpses with hollow eyes. The living French soldiers cheered and recoiled in equal measure. The Russians fell silent, and then the priests began to sing. A chant rose from the Russian lines, deep and sonorous, rolling like thunder through the smoke. Icons were lifted high, their gold catching stray beams of sun through the storm of gunpowder. Soldiers knelt, crossed themselves, and when the corpses came near, some fired not bullets, but prayers, hurling them like arrows of light. Where the prayers struck, some revenants faltered, bones cracking, skulls crumbling to ash. But more came, always more. At the Shevardino redoubt, French infantry clashed with Russian bayonets, while the Necromancers unleashed a horror not yet seen. The fallen of both sides rising again, stripped of allegiance, serving only the will of death. Men who had died moments before, still bleeding, turned on their comrades with empty eyes. The Russians screamed. Whole regiments broke. Yet in the chaos, Kutuzov stood unflinching. "Hold," he rasped. "God sees us. Hold." And they did. The day wore on in slaughter. Cannon fire churned men and corpses alike into mud. Cavalry charges shattered against earthworks, horses screaming as skeletal riders rose beside them. At midday, the French seized the Raevski redoubt, a fortress of earth soaked in blood. But every step cost thousands of lives. Napoleon watched from a hill, his face unreadable. Around him, marshals argued, "Nay," demanding another assault, Davout urging caution, Murat shrieking for cavalry glory. "Commit the guard," Ney snarled. "One blow, and they break." Napoleon's hand tightened on his reins. The Imperial Guard, his last reserve, the hammer of his empire. But he shook his head. Not yet. Instead, he gestured to the maître. The necromancer raised his staff, and the ground itself split. From the fissures rose not men, but something older, corpses clad in rusted mail, the bones of forgotten warriors, their skulls marked with pagan runes. They had slept centuries in Russian soil. Now they marched under a foreign master. Even the French soldiers crossed themselves at the sight. The Russians roared in defiance. Priests rushed forward, holding icons so high their arms bled from the strain. Soldiers kissed relics, then charged into the skeletal tide, dying in droves, but slowing the advance with faith alone. By evening, Borodino was no longer a battlefield, but a charnel house. The air reeked of powder and rot. Tens of thousands lay dead or risen, indistinguishable in the mud. Both armies were shattered. Their strength bled out into the soil. Napoleon stood amidst it all, staring at a plain littered with corpses that twitched and moaned, still half animated. Victory was his, technically. The Russians retreated in order, not broken but unbowed. The road to Moscow lay open. But as the emperor watched the smoke drift, he felt no triumph. Behind him, the maître whispered, "You have won the field, sire, but the land itself resists. Each step east will cost you more than men. It will cost you yourself." Napoleon said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the east, where the horizon burned with the setting sun, red as a wound. The field of skulls was his, but it was not enough. Chapter 8. The Burning of Moscow. The gates of Moscow swung open to silence. Napoleon entered the city not as conqueror, but as trespasser, his horse's hooves echoing in streets emptied of life. The Grande Armée followed in ragged columns, their uniforms torn, their faces blackened by Borodino's smoke. They had expected gold-domed splendor, cheering crowds, rich plunder. Instead, they found windows shuttered, doors barred, icons staring down from walls like watchful eyes. The city was not deserted. It was abandoned, like a corpse stripped of its soul. Only the crows greeted them, wheeling above the Kremlin spires. The emperor rode through Red Square, staring at the silent churches, the mansions left half-stocked with bread and salt, as though their owners had fled mid-meal. In one hall, he found a feast table still set, candles guttered in pools of wax. The wine was fresh, the meat cold. Chairs stood empty. His officers muttered uneasily. "It is a trick," Murat growled, plumed hat wilting with dust. They will return by night, Davout said, his face gaunt. But Napoleon said nothing. His pale eyes lingered on the icons nailed to every wall, the painted saints glaring with eternal defiance. An empty throne, he murmured. And I, the unwelcomed guest. The maitre walked at his stirrup, hood low, voice a hiss. They fled not from you, sire. They fled from what you carry. The city knew, the land knew. It cast itself out before your shadow could claim it. Napoleon ignored him, though his jaw tightened. That night, the first fires began, a glow on the horizon. Faint at first, then swelling, entire districts lit as if by dawn. The flames licked the sky, turning the golden domes to bloody crowns. Soldiers rushed with buckets, shouting, but water turned to steam in their hands. The fire leapt from roof to roof, faster than wind, as though guided by invisible hands. By morning, half the city burned. Napoleon stood in the Kremlin, staring out from a high balcony as embers rained like meteors. The maitre hovered beside him, mask gleaming red with reflection. "This is no common fire," the necromancer said. "It has been sanctified. Do you feel it? It resists me." Napoleon did feel it. The smoke clawed at his lungs, thick with a weight like incense. His legions of revenants faltered in the streets, their bones cracking, their sockets smoking. Whole cohorts collapsed into ash without a shot fired. It was as though the fire itself was a prayer. In the city's alleys, French soldiers looted what they could, stumbling through smoke with arms full of furs, chalices, even children's toys. Some laughed as they drank stolen wine, others wept in delirium, and some simply vanished into the fire, swallowed whole. At the Church of the Archangel, a squad found priests kneeling before a great icon, their beards singed, their hands clasped in prayer, even as flames devoured the rafters. They did not flee. They sang until the roof caved in, burying them in holy fire. Word spread quickly. The priests had lit the city themselves, sacrificing Moscow to deny the emperor its life. They had called down flame as a weapon, consecrating destruction. The city was burning not in defeat, but in judgment. On the third night, Napoleon summoned his marshals within the Kremlin halls. Smoke seeped through the windows, sparks drifting like fireflies. "We cannot stay," Davout insisted, voice hoarse. "The city will kill us before the Russians return." "Then where shall we go?" Murat spat, eyes wild. "Retreat? Into winter? Into nothing?" The emperor listened in silence, his face carved from stone. At last, he rose. "They think fire can undo me," he said. His voice was calm, low, dangerous. "But let them burn their holy city. Let them torch their saints and their dead. We remain, and we endure." He turned to the maitre. "Gather what strength remains. Bind the ashes to my banner. If they would purge this land with flame, then I will make fire itself bow." The necromancer bowed low, though his masked face tilted strangely, as if amused. But outside, the army whispered. They whispered that the emperor had become untethered, that he dined alone with shadows, that he stared into the flames as though conversing with them. They whispered of revenants crumbling by the hundreds, of wolves prowling the outskirts, their eyes bright with unnatural light. They whispered that Moscow was not burning, Moscow was being exorcised, and that they, caught within it, were the demons. On the fifth day, as the Kremlin itself shook with flame, Napoleon stood in his chamber staring into a mirror. His reflection wavered, blurred. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw no man at all, only a black eagle with wings of bone, talons clutching Europe. Behind him, the maitre whispered, "Sire, the land rejects us. The longer we stay, the weaker the dead become. You must decide, burn with Moscow or march back into the frost. Napoleon's jaw tightened. His eyes glittered. "We march," he said. But even he knew it. The fire had not only consumed Moscow, it had consumed his victory. That night, the Kremlin towers fell, collapsing into sparks that rose to heaven like the souls of martyrs. Napoleon watched from horseback as he led his army out of the ruined city. Behind him, Moscow burned until nothing remained but smoldering bones. The Grande Armée moved westward into winter. The dead stumbled, the living starved, and the emperor, cloaked in smoke, carried the weight of a crown that no fire could cleanse. The burning of Moscow was not his triumph. It was his curse. Interlude, Ashes and Whispers. From the journals of Lieutenant Henri Valois, found frozen in the snows of Smolensk, Moscow burned for 5 days. We thought the fire would die, but it grew, as though the city itself prayed to the flame. The dead with us began to stumble. They crumbled into ash. Their eyes, once lit with pale fire, went dark. I marched past a regiment of skeletons that had carried our guns since Spain. They lay in heaps now, nothing left but scorched bone. Some said the saints had struck them down. I begin to think it is true. A Russian peasant woman, testimony collected near Vyazma. We left bread on the tables. We left icons on the walls. Then we walked into the woods and prayed. We did not see them enter, but we saw the smoke. The bells rang as if the city itself cried out. My grandfather said the French were not men, but shadows in uniform. He spat when he said the emperor's name. He said, "God will freeze him where he stands." Letter never sent. Sergeant Pierre Gautier, 57th line. My dearest Marianne, we are rich, they say. We have silver, we have silks, we have all Moscow. But it is a tomb, Marianne. No music, no laughter, no children. I tried to pray, but the words feel foreign now. I only hear the whisper of the maitre in my dreams. And when I wake, the emperor is there, staring into the fire as though he commands it. Some say he no longer sleeps, some say he cannot. An Orthodox priest, speaking to General Kutuzov, do not fear the legions of the dead. Fire has scattered them. Winter will finish them. The saints have turned the land itself against the invader. Their emperor has bargained for shadows, but shadows cannot march through snow. Kutuzov bowed his head. His single eye glistened. Then let the snow fall. Rumor in the French camp whispered from tent to tent. The emperor spoke to the fire. The fire answered. The smoke of Moscow drifted across the plains, blackening the sky. The Grande Armée lingered too long in the ruins, and when at last it turned westward, the first snowflakes were already falling, and the snow did not melt. Chapter 9. The Retreat from Moscow. The first snow fell as the Grande Armée left the smoking carcass of Moscow. At first it seemed harmless, a thin dusting, soft upon the shoulders of men and horses. Soldiers even laughed, tossing flakes at one another, dreaming perhaps of Paris winters, of hearths and wine. But within days, the laughter was gone. The snow deepened, the winds sharpened, and the laughter froze in their throats. The road west became a graveyard trail. Napoleon rode at the head, his cloak pulled tight, his face hard as granite. Around him, the revenants stumbled, their movements sluggish, frost creeping across their bones. Joints cracked. Fingers snapped like brittle twigs. The maitre muttered incantations ceaselessly, but his voice wavered in the blizzards, as if the storm itself drowned him out. Something resists me, the necromancer whispered one night, kneeling by a campfire that refused to burn. "The cold is not natural. It is a judgment." Napoleon did not answer. His eyes were fixed west, but his mind drifted east, back to Moscow's burning domes, to the voices in the fire. He clenched his gloved hand until his nails broke skin. The army disintegrated as it marched. Men gnawed on horseflesh raw. They stripped bark from trees, boiled leather, chewed powder-blackened scraps of bread. Wounded soldiers begged their comrades to kill them, but were left behind in the snow instead, their cries fading into silence. The dead, once tireless, faltered. Frost crept through their marrow, their bones shattered under the weight of ice. Some collapsed entirely, brittle statues left behind along the road, frozen in eternal salute. Others turned feral, breaking from formation, clawing at the living, driven mad by some new hunger the Metra could not soothe. At Smolensk, the rearguard fought not only Cossacks but their own revenants, corpses gnashing through French ranks until cannon fire tore them apart. Soldiers whispered that the necromancy itself was unraveling, the pact fraying under God's frost. Napoleon pressed forward, eyes hollow, voice iron. "We do not stop," he said, even as men fell dead in their tracks. "We do not stop," he repeated, when cannon carriages froze fast to the ground. "We do not stop," he commanded, even as the Matra whispered that the shadows would not last another week. The Emperor's presence alone drove them on, that and fear. His marshals muttered in the snow, their loyalty splintering. Some spoke of mutiny. Some spoke of abandoning the necromancer, casting off the curse. But none dared speak of abandoning him. The nights grew worse. Wolves followed the column, their howls rising with the wind. Soldiers swore the beast's eyes glowed with holy fire, as if Moscow's martyrs had taken fur and fang to hound them. Entire companies vanished into the dark, never to return. Around the dying campfires, men whispered prayers. Others cursed God outright, turning to the Matra in desperation. But his rituals brought no warmth, no bread, no salvation. Only more whispers in the dark. One night, as the wind screamed through broken trees, Napoleon stood alone upon a hill of snow, watching the faint glow of the army's fires below. His breath steamed in the moonlight. "Are you satisfied?" he said softly to the night itself. "Is this enough sacrifice for your mercy?" No answer came, only the snapping of frozen branches, the moan of the wind. Yet Napoleon felt something watching, vast and implacable, older than gods or kings. Not Russia, not winter, something deeper. For the first time, he shivered. At Vyazma, the Grande Armée became a mob. Revenants staggered like scarecrows, limbs breaking with every step. The living fought among themselves for scraps of food, bayonets clashing, brothers killing brothers. Women and children, camp followers who had trailed the army since Paris, Endez, fell in heaps, their bodies used as fuel for fires that smoked but did not warm. Kutuzov's armies pressed from the east, Cossacks slashed from the flanks. Yet more terrifying than Russians were the snowstorms themselves, blizzards that erased entire battalions as though they had never marched at all. "Not war," a dying grenadier whispered as he froze against a cannon wheel. "This is not war. This is erasure." The Matra staggered beside Napoleon, mask rimed with ice, voice weak. "The dead slip from me, sire. I can no longer command them. This land, this winter, it is older magic than mine." Napoleon turned to him, eyes blazing. "Then bind the living. Bind them all, if you must. France must not fall here." The necromancer bowed, but in his heart he wondered, had the Emperor already bound himself? Was his soul already shackled to this endless frost? By December, The Grand Armée was no longer an army but a procession of wraiths. Living and dead alike staggered westward, shadows against the snow. And still Napoleon rode at the front, his gaze fixed beyond the horizon, as though he saw Paris waiting, though all others saw only night and the wolves that followed. The retreat had begun, but for many, it would never end. Chapter 10. The Berezina. The river was black with ice. The Grand Armée, or what remained of it, stood upon its banks, a ragged multitude of frost-bitten shadows. They had marched through snow and silence, through wolf and blizzard, through hunger so deep it hollowed the soul. Now, at last, they faced the Berezina. On the far bank, Salvation Lithuania, the road to safety, to France. Behind them, Kutuzov's armies pressed near, Cossack riders nipping at their heels, Russian guns already booming in the distance. Between them and survival lay the river, frozen only in patches, currents roaring beneath black water. To cross would mean salvation or drowning. Napoleon rode to the bank. His face was gaunt, eyes burning with fevered fire. Around him, the dead shambled still, though most were broken things, frostbitten corpses, stumbling without command. The matron knelt beside the river, whispering in tongues that steamed upon the air, trying to still the waters. The Berezina roared louder in answer. "There is no time," Marshal Ney muttered. His lips were blue, his beard frozen stiff. "The Russians are upon us. We cannot build bridges. We cannot cross." Napoleon's gaze did not waver. "Then we must make a bridge." The maitre looked up sharply. His mask was cracked, frost clinging to the bone. "Sire, I cannot raise what the river takes. Its flow belongs to older powers. Even I cannot." "Not the river," Napoleon cut him off. His voice was iron, final. "The men, the dead, the living, all of them. Bind them into one. Make them a bridge." A silence fell, heavier than the snow. Soldiers nearby turned pale. One dropped to his knees, whispering the rosary. Others stared, too cold, too broken to protest. The maître hesitated. His voice was hollow. "This is beyond blasphemy. This is damnation." Napoleon leaned close, eyes burning with inhuman light. "France does not drown in this river." And so the work began. The maître drew his knives, slicing his palms, letting blood drip into the snow. His chants rose above the storm, ancient syllables tearing through the night. Soldiers screamed as shadows gripped them, pulling them to their feet, driving them toward the water. The living walked willingly, or not at all. Some tried to flee. Bayonets stopped them. Others staggered forward, blank-eyed, compelled by the emperor's gaze. The dead shambled with them, silent, obedient. Together, they stepped into the freezing current. The river took them, and yet did not. Flesh hardened, bones locked, bodies interwove in impossible geometry. They froze into place, arms outstretched, faces locked in agony. One by one they sank into the current, but their bodies did not vanish. They fused, layer upon layer, until the first timbers of a bridge emerged. The Grand Armée began to cross. Men shuffled across the grotesque span, boots clattering on skulls, slipping on frozen flesh. Some wept, others vomited, others crossed in silence, their eyes hollow. Horses balked, then were driven forward, hooves crushing ribs. Cannon wheels grated over spines. All the while, the river groaned beneath, the current tearing at the bridge of corpses, pulling free arms, legs, faces, only for more bodies to be driven down to replace them. And through it all, Napoleon watched, his expression unreadable, as though he stared not at horror, but at inevitability. The Russians arrived before the last had crossed. Cannon fire tore through the mass of soldiers, throwing men screaming into the current. Cossacks swarmed the bank, sabres flashing, but Ney and his rearguard held firm, muskets cracking, bayonets thrusting. The bridge trembled, groaned, threatened to break. The maitre poured the last of his strength into the spell, his voice cracking with blood. His hands shook, his eyes bled. But the bridge held. For 3 days they crossed, under cannon fire, under blizzard, under screams. For 3 days the Berezina drank its fill of Frenchmen. By the end, the river ran red beneath the ice. On the 4th day, the last cannon rolled across. The rearguard stumbled after, their numbers fewer still. The bridge of corpses shuddered, groaned, and broke. With a roar like thunder, the Berezina swallowed it whole. Thousands remained on the far bank, abandoned. Their cries echoed across the water, then fell silent as Russian steel descended. Napoleon stood upon the western shore, his cloak stiff with frost, his face pale as marble. Behind him, the Grande Armée was no longer an army, but a remnant, ragged, broken, a ghost of empire. The maître collapsed at his side, his mask shattered, his breath shallow. "It is done," he rasped. But the price, Napoleon silenced him with a glance. His eyes burned still, brighter than ever, though what fire it was, no mortal could say. "We march," he said. His voice was steady, implacable. "France still lives." And so the shadows moved west once more, leaving the Berezina black with the dead, the river forever whispering their names beneath the ice. Chapter 11. The Shadow on the Throne. Paris received him in silence. The city's bells tolled as Napoleon returned, but their notes were hollow, uneasy. The streets were crowded, with faces pale from hunger and fear, yet no cheer rose from them. They stared as the emperor passed in his carriage, as though they looked upon not a man but a phantom. And perhaps they were not wrong. Napoleon had grown gaunt, his uniform hanging loose upon him, his skin waxen, his eyes burning with unnatural fire. Where once his presence filled the streets with iron will, now a hush followed him, as though his very shadow drained warmth from the air. The Grande Armée was gone. What stumbled behind him into France were scarecrows in uniform, soldiers who no longer slept, who flinched at every whisper of wind, who muttered prayers in their sleep, or curses. Mothers pulled children away as they passed. Dogs growled, then whimpered. Paris whispered, "He brought them back from the grave, and he brought something else with him." In the Tuileries, Napoleon sat alone at his desk. Maps lay before him, ink smudged by frostbitten fingers. Reports arrived hourly of Prussia stirring, of Austria conspiring, of Britain waiting like a vulture. His marshals no longer met his gaze for long. They remembered the Berezina. They remembered the bridge of corpses. In the dead of night, he spoke to himself, or perhaps not to himself. "You promised me victory," he whispered into the dark. "You promised me empire without end. Was this your design? To crown me in frost and silence?" From the shadows of the chamber came no voice, yet the silence pressed back, as heavy as snow. Napoleon's hand trembled once, before he forced it still. "I am not broken," he said aloud, though his breath smoked in the candlelight. "France still breathes. Europe will bow." But in his heart, he remembered Moscow's fire. He remembered the river's scream, and he wondered, not for the first time, whether he had commanded shadows or whether shadows had commanded him. Outside, Paris slept uneasily. In alleyways, Beggars swore they saw soldiers with eyes like hollow lanterns, still marching though their hearts no longer beat. Priests whispered that winter itself had followed the emperor home. Children dreamed of wolves beneath their beds, their howls echoing from the east. And in the palace, as dawn touched the Seine, Napoleon stood at the window, his silhouette sharp against the paling sky. The city below did not stir. The river glimmered, dark and silent. For the first time, the emperor's shadow seemed longer than the man himself, stretching across the floor, across the room, reaching beyond stone and city, reaching eastward, back toward the snows. It trembled, then moved, though Napoleon himself did not, and Paris slept on, unaware. Chapter 12. The Emperor's Gambit. The war room beneath the Tuileries Palace had been transformed into something that would have been unrecognizable to the generals who once planned campaigns within its walls. Where maps of European battlefields had once hung, now strange charts covered every surface, astronomical calculations, phases of the moon plotted against ancient calendars, and diagrams of Paris marked with symbols that predated Christianity itself. Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the center of it all, no longer merely the Emperor of the French, but something far more ambitious. The candlelight flickered across his face, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the flames, and his eyes held a depth that spoke of communion with powers beyond mortal understanding. Mon Dieu, General Murat whispered, crossing himself as he entered the chamber. What has become of this place? Napoleon turned, and when he smiled, Murat noticed that his teeth seemed sharper than before, more predatory. Progress, mon brave Murat. Evolution. The shedding of mortal limitations. The Emperor gestured to the largest map, where Paris lay rendered in exquisite detail. Dark lines radiated outward from the city's heart, like a spider's web, each strand pulsing faintly with its own inner light. Behold the grand design that will reshape not merely Europe, but the very nature of power itself. Marshal Ney stepped forward, his weathered face creased with confusion and growing alarm. Emperor, these markings, they seem to move on their own. Because they are alive, Michel. Each line represents a conduit of the spreading shadow, channels through which flows power that originates from the ancient peaks of the Carpathian Mountains. Napoleon's voice carried an otherworldly resonance, made his officers shift uncomfortably. There, in caves that honeycomb those primordial peaks, dwell entities that witness the rise and fall of Rome, that remember when the Druids held dominion over all Europe. He moved to a smaller table where ancient texts lay open, volumes bound in leather that looked suspiciously like human skin, their pages covered in scripts that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. For months, I have been in correspondence with these elder powers. They showed me visions of what I could become, of the empire I could build if I were freed from the constraints of mortality. Napoleon's eyes grew distant, remembering. Alexander wept because there were no more worlds to conquer, but he was thinking too small. Why conquer space when you can conquer time itself? General Junot, who had served with Napoleon since the Italian campaigns, found his voice. Sire, this talk of immortality, surely you don't believe such things are possible? Napoleon laughed, a sound that seemed to echo from far deeper within his throat than it should. Believe? Mon cher Junot, I have already begun the transformation. Each night, the shadow grows stronger within me. I feel my mortality burning away like dross in a furnace, leaving behind something pure, eternal, divine. He strode to the great map of Paris, his finger tracing the concentric circles that marked the city's arrondissements. The ritual of the 7 circles requires a focus of immense spiritual significance, a place where millions of souls have lived, loved, suffered, and died. Paris is perfect. Every street holds memories, every building resonates with human emotion. And when the moon reaches its dark phase on the Feast of St. Bartholomew, all of that accumulated spiritual energy will be mine to command. Marshal Ney stepped closer to examine the map, his soldier's mind trying to comprehend the strategic implications. These symbols at each intersection, what do they represent? Anchor points, Napoleon replied, his voice taking on a lecturing tone as if he were back at the military academy. The shadow flows like water, but it requires channels and reservoirs. Each major intersection in Paris will serve as a focusing lens, concentrating the power and directing it toward the central ritual site. And where will that be? Murat asked, though his expression suggested he dreaded the answer. Napoleon's smile widened, and for a moment his face seemed to flicker between human and something else, something with too many angles and shadows that moved independently of any light source. Notre Dame Cathedral, naturally. What better place to overthrow the old order than in the very heart of Christian France? The irony is exquisite. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of candles and a sound that might have been distant whispering, though no one could identify its source. Finally, General Junot found the courage to voice what they were all thinking. "Sire, what of the Empress? What of your soul?" Napoleon's expression softened momentarily, and for an instant he looked almost human again. "Josephine. Yes, she troubles me. There is still too much of the old Napoleon in me, I fear. I find myself attached to mortal concerns." He shook his head sharply, as if clearing away cobwebs. But such weaknesses will be burned away in the final transformation. As for my soul, he moved to a mirror that hung on the far wall, an ancient piece of polished obsidian that reflected not light, but something else entirely. In its dark surface, Napoleon's reflection showed not the familiar figure of the French emperor, but something tall and terrible, wreathed in shadows that moved like living things. I have learned that the concept of soul is far more fluid than the priests would have us believe. What they call corruption, I call evolution. What they term damnation, I recognize as transcendence. When the ritual is complete, I will be more than Napoleon Bonaparte, more than any emperor who has ever lived. I will be eternal, unchanging, perfect. Marshal Ney backing toward the door, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. "And what of France? What of your people?" The thing in the mirror turned to look at him, and Ney gasped as he realized those shadow-wreathed eyes were looking directly at him, not at Napoleon's position by the wall. "They will serve," Napoleon said simply, his voice now coming from both his physical form and the reflections simultaneously. "Those who embrace the shadow willingly shall be rewarded with their own measure of immortality. Those who resist, well, even the most stubborn materials can be refined with sufficient heat and pressure." General Murat crossed himself again, this time more openly. "Sire, I have followed you through Italy, Egypt, Austerlitz, Wagram. But this is not victory. This is evolution," Napoleon roared, and suddenly the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost began forming on the windows, and the shadows cast by the candles grew long and dark, reaching toward the officers like grasping fingers. "You think too small, all of you. You measure success in miles of territory conquered, in armies defeated, in crowns accumulated. But I will measure mine in centuries, in millennia. He gestured to the maps, and the dark lines pulsed brighter, as if responding to his passion. Already, the shadow spreads through the eastern quarters of Paris. Thousands have embraced it willingly, recognizing the gift I offer them. They serve now with a devotion no mortal emperor has ever inspired, because they understand that I offer them something no mortal emperor ever could: eternity itself. The whispers in the air grew louder, and now the officers could make out words, fragments of prayers spoken backwards, names of saints invoked in blasphemous contexts, and underneath it all, a rhythmic chanting in languages that predated Latin. The Feast of St. Bartholomew is in 3 weeks, Napoleon continued, his voice now carrying harmonics that seemed to come from multiple throats. By then, every soul in Paris will have made their choice: serve willingly or be compelled to serve. And when I stand at the altar of Notre Dame and speak the final words of binding, the shadow will flow through every street, every building, every heart in this city. And through them, it will flow into me. General Junot was openly weeping now, though he seemed unaware of his tears. What have you become, sire? What has happened to the man who led us to glory across Europe? Napoleon approached him slowly, each footstep echoing strangely in the chamber. When he placed his hand on Junot's shoulder, the general gasped at how cold it was. Not the cold of winter, but the absolute cold of the void between stars. That man was weak, mortal, limited. He dreamed of conquering Europe when he should have been dreaming of conquering death itself. But he served his purpose. He brought me to this moment, to this choice, to this glorious transformation. Napoleon's grip tightened, and Junot could see frost forming where those fingers touched his uniform. And now, mes amis, you must make the same choice he made. Embrace the shadow willingly and share in its gifts. Resist and, well, the shadow has ways of compelling obedience. The candles began to flicker more violently, and in their dancing light, the officers could see that Napoleon's shadow on the wall behind him was writhing, expanding, taking on a life of its own. Within its dark depths, other shapes moved, tall figures with burning eyes and voices that spoke in harmonics no human throat could produce. Choose, Napoleon commanded, and his voice was now a chorus of whispers. Choose now, before the choice is taken from you. Marshal Ney drew his sword, the steel ringing as it cleared its sheath. I choose to remember my oath to France, not to whatever you have become. Napoleon sighed, a sound like wind through a cemetery at midnight. So be it, mon vieux ami. But know that your resistance is temporary. In the end, all will serve, all will kneel, all will embrace the eternal darkness I bring. The shadows on the walls began to move independently of their sources, reaching toward the defiant officers like grasping tentacles. But just as they were about to engulf the men, Napoleon held up a hand. No, not yet. Let them go. Let them carry word of what they have seen. Fear, after all, is almost as useful as loyalty, and far easier to cultivate. His smile was terrible to behold. Besides, I want them to witness the ritual. I want them to see the birth of their new god. The shadows retreated, and the temperature in the room began to return to normal. But the whispers remained, just at the edge of hearing, and the dark lines on the maps continued to pulse with their malevolent life. 3 weeks, Napoleon repeated, and now he was looking directly at each officer in turn, his eyes reflecting the candlelight like a cat's. 3 weeks until everything changes forever. I suggest you use that time wisely, to prepare your souls for service to something greater than any mortal emperor. As the officers fled the chamber, Napoleon turned back to his maps and charts, his fingers tracing patterns in the air above them. The symbols responded to his gestures, glowing brighter, and through the windows, the lights of Paris seemed to flicker in response. Soon, he whispered to powers that dwelt in the spaces between shadows. Soon, I will take my rightful place among you, and this world will know what it means to be ruled by the eternal. In the obsidian mirror, his reflection smiled back at him with far too many teeth. Chapter 13. The Empress's Burden. In the opulent but increasingly suffocating chambers that had once been her sanctuary within the Tuileries Palace, Josephine Bonaparte knelt before a simple wooden crucifix, feeling the weight of the world pressing down upon her shoulders. The ancient relic Brother Francois had pressed into her hands seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, warm against her palms, despite the growing chill that had settled over the palace like a shroud. The room around her had changed in subtle but disturbing ways over the past weeks. Shadows lingered in corners where no shadows should fall. Portraits of Napoleon seemed to follow her with their eyes, and sometimes, late at night when the rest of the palace slept, she could hear whispers in languages that made her skin crawl just to listen to them. Mon Dieu, she prayed in a voice barely above a whisper. I am not strong enough for this burden. I am not brave enough to face what my husband has become. The crucifix grew warmer in her hands, and for a moment she could swear she felt a presence in the room with her, not malevolent like the shadows that increasingly plagued the palace, but something peaceful, protective, filled with infinite compassion. But the moment of comfort was shattered by a soft knock at her door. Madame l'Impératrice, came a familiar voice. It is Marie Claire. I bring fresh linens. Josephine hesitated. Over the past few days, she had begun to notice things about her long-time servant that she had somehow overlooked before. The way Marie Claire moved through the palace corridors without disturbing the increasingly aggressive shadows, how she seemed to know things about the supernatural threat facing them that a simple laundress should not possess. And most unsettling of all, how the other servants had begun looking to her for guidance with a deference that bordered on reverence. Enter. Marie Claire, said Josephine finally. The woman stepped into the chamber carrying her usual bundle of crisp white sheets, but Josephine noticed immediately that her simple grey dress seemed somehow more elegant than usual, more purposeful, and her eyes, those plain brown eyes that had looked at Josephine with humble servitude for years, now held depths that spoke of wisdom far beyond her station. As Marie Claire's gaze fell upon the ancient crucifix in Josephine's hands, she stopped abruptly. For a long moment, the two women simply looked at each other across the gulf that separated Empress from servant. And in that silence, Josephine felt the weight of unspoken truths pressing against the air between them. Forgive me, madame, Marie Claire said quietly, setting down the linens with movements that seemed almost ritualistic. But I see you carry a burden far heavier than imperial jewels. Josephine's breath caught. Never in all the years of their acquaintance had her servant spoken to her with such familiarity, such apparent understanding of her inner turmoil. Marie Claire, I don't understand what you mean. You wonder if you have the courage to stand against the darkness that has taken hold of the emperor's heart, the laundress continued, her voice steady and sure, filled with a quiet authority that made the shadows in the corners seem to shrink back slightly. You fear that your faith is not strong enough to face what he has become, that your love is not pure enough to save him from the path he has chosen. Josephine rose to her feet, the crucifix still clutched in her hands, her heart pounding. How could you possibly know what troubles me? How could a servant understand? Because I have walked in darkness before, madame. Marie Claire interrupted gently, because I have stood at the crossroads between despair and hope, between vengeance and forgiveness, between the easy path of surrender and the hard road of faith. Slowly, with movements that seemed to carry the weight of ritual, Marie Claire began rolling up the sleeve of her right arm. As the fabric fell away, Josephine gasped at what was revealed. A series of small scars arranged in the perfect shape of a cross, the flesh around them bearing an almost luminous quality that seemed to generate its own soft light. When word came that my Henri had fallen at Austerlitz, Marie Claire continued, her voice taking on the cadence of someone recounting a sacred story. I thought God had abandoned me. The pain was indescribable. Not just the grief of loss, but the rage. Rage at Napoleon for starting the war, rage at Austria for fighting it, rage at God for allowing it to happen. She moved closer to Josephine, and as she did, the Empress noticed that the shadows in the room continued to retreat, as if they could not bear to come within a certain distance of the marked woman. On the night I meant to end my grief with poison, rat poison I had stolen from the palace kitchens, I was visited by someone, a figure in white who appeared in my chambers as I held the vial to my lips. Marie Claire's eyes grew distant, remembering. He spoke to me of grief transformed into compassion, of suffering made sacred through acceptance, of darkness conquered not through anger but through love, so pure it could illuminate the deepest night. Josephine found herself drawn forward despite her confusion and fear. Who was he? This figure? Marie Claire smiled, and in that expression, Josephine glimpsed something that took her breath away. A serenity so complete, a faith so unshakable that it seemed to transform her plain features into something almost angelic. I believe you know, madame, the same presence you feel when you hold that crucifix and pray for strength. She gestured to the relic in Josephine's hands, the same voice that whispers to you in the darkest hours that all is not lost, that even the deepest shadow can be conquered by those willing to carry the light. As if responding to her words, the crucifix in Josephine's hands began to glow with a soft, warm radiance that filled the chamber and pushed the remaining shadows back to the very walls. The mark, you see, Marie Claire continued, indicating the scars on her arm, appeared the moment I chose faith over despair, hope over vengeance, love over hate. It burns sometimes, especially when evil draws near. But it also protects, strengthens, guides. And with it came knowledge I should not possess, understanding I did not seek, and a mission I could not refuse. She knelt beside Josephine, her simple servant's dress somehow appearing more dignified than the Empress's elaborate gown. I know of the Emperor's plans because the darkness he courts whispers its secrets to those who bear the light. I know of the shadow's origin in the Carpathian Mountains because I have seen visions of the ancient evil that dwells there. And I know that the ritual he plans for the feast of Saint Bartholomew will succeed unless those who serve the light are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. Josephine sank back into her chair, overwhelmed by the implications of what she was hearing. Marie Claire, who are you really? You speak like a saint? Marie Claire's laugh was gentle, self-deprecating. I am who I have always been, a laundress, a widow, a woman born to poverty, who never learned to read or write properly. But sanctity, madam, is not about education or station. It is about choice. The choice to love when hatred would be easier, to hope when despair seems reasonable, to serve when self-interest calls. She reached out and gently touched the crucifix in Josephine's hands, and the moment her scarred flesh made contact with the ancient metal, the light blazed even brighter, filling the room with a radiance that seemed to cleanse the very air. That relic you hold, Brother Francois chose well when he entrusted it to you. It is not merely a symbol, but a weapon forged in the fires of perfect faith. And you, Madame, are not merely an empress caught in the web of her husband's ambitions. You are the key to his salvation, the one person in all the world who might yet reach the man he was before the shadow claimed him. Tears began flowing down Josephine's cheeks as she felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. But I'm not strong enough. I'm not pure enough. I've made so many mistakes, committed so many sins, and that, Marie Claire said firmly, is precisely why you are perfect for this task. The greatest saints were not those who never fell, but those who fell and chose to rise again. Your love for Napoleon is real, flawed, complicated, sometimes selfish, but real. And real love, Madame, even imperfect love, is the most powerful force in creation. She stood and moved to the window, gazing out at the city of Paris, where the lights seemed dimmer than usual, as if the very illumination was being slowly drained from the world. The Emperor believes he can bind the shadow to himself and remain unchanged. He believes he can trade his humanity for power and lose nothing of value. But he is wrong. The darkness he courts will not make him immortal. It will make him empty, hollow, a vessel for hungers that can never be satisfied. Josephine joined her at the window, still clutching the glowing crucifix. In the streets below, she could see figures moving, people going about their evening routines, but something was wrong with their movements. They were too synchronized, too purposeful, as if they were all responding to some unheard signal. "It's already begun, hasn't it?" Josephine whispered. "The transformation of Paris. The eastern quarters have fallen completely," Marie Claire confirmed. "Thousands of good people, corrupted not through evil in their hearts, but through despair, through fear, through the simple human desire to belong to something greater than themselves. The shadow feeds on those emotions, transforms them, uses them as anchors to spread its influence." She turned to face Josephine directly, her eyes blazing with inner fire. "But there is hope. The ritual requires willing participants, souls freely given to the darkness. Those who have been infected but not yet fully transformed can still be saved, but only if they are offered something stronger than what the shadow provides. And what is that? Love. Real, sacrificial love. The kind of love that seeks not its own benefit, but the good of the beloved, even unto death." Marie Claire's voice grew urgent. "The Emperor's ritual on the feast of Saint Bartholomew will attempt to bind every soul in Paris to his will. But if even a few thousand can be cleansed of the shadow's influence before then, if they can be reminded of what it means to love truly, to hope genuinely, to believe in something worthy of belief, then the ritual will fail." Josephine felt the warmth from the crucifix spreading through her body, filling her with strength she had not felt in months. "What must we do? We must gather the faithful, not just the priests and bishops, but the ordinary people who remember what it means to serve something greater than themselves. Servants and seamstresses, bakers and blacksmiths, mothers and daughters who have kept the old faith alive in their hearts despite the world's growing darkness." Marie Claire's voice rose with passion. "We must become an army of light in the very heart of shadow." A distant sound reached them through the window, singing, but singing of a strange and terrible kind. The voices were human, but they moved in perfect unison, chanting words that seemed to make the glass rattle in its frames. They gather in the squares now, Marie Claire observed, her expression grim. Every night, more join their ranks. The Emperor calls to them through the shadow, promising them immortality, power, freedom from suffering. And many answer that call because they do not understand the price. Josephine pressed her face to the glass, trying to see the singers in the darkened streets below. What price? Their souls. Not in the sense the old stories tell, not a transaction with some horned demon, but something far more subtle and terrible. The shadow doesn't steal their souls. It empties them, drains away everything that makes them human. Their capacity for independent thought, for genuine emotion, for the kind of love that requires sacrifice. They become vessels, nothing more. As if summoned by their conversation, a knock came at the chamber door. But this was not the gentle tap of a servant seeking admission. This was a commanding rap that seemed to carry authority. Josephine. Napoleon's voice, but somehow changed, deeper, more resonant, carrying harmonics that made the windows vibrate. I would speak with you. Marie Claire immediately moved to stand between the Empress and the door, her scarred arm beginning to glow more brightly. Do not admit him, madame. Not while you hold the relic. The shadow that inhabits him cannot cross the threshold while you bear that light. But he is still my husband, Josephine protested weakly, even as she felt the truth of Marie Claire's words in her bones. The man you married is still there, Marie Claire acknowledged. But he grows weaker each day, while the thing that shares his flesh grows stronger. If you face him now, without preparation, without allies, you may not have another chance. The knock came again, more insistent this time, and with it came a sound like whispers, dozens of voices speaking in unison just below the threshold of hearing. Josephine, Napoleon called again, and now there was a note of command in his voice that had never been there before, not even at the height of his imperial power. I know you are there. I know what you carry. Come out, and let us discuss this situation, like civilized people. Marie Claire's scars blazed brighter, and Josephine could see actual pain cross her features as the proximity of such concentrated evil took its toll. He cannot enter, but his influence grows stronger. We must leave this place, madame. Gather what you need, the relic, any other blessed objects you possess, and come with me. Where can we go? This is his palace, his city. There are places the shadow cannot reach, people it cannot touch. The faithful have been preparing, creating sanctuaries where the light burns too bright for darkness to intrude. Marie Claire was already moving toward a tapestry that hung on the far wall. Did you know, madame, that this palace has tunnels? Passages built in older, simpler times when faith meant more than power. She pulled the tapestry aside, revealing a narrow doorway that Josephine had never noticed before. Beyond it lay a passage lit by candles that seemed to burn with the same warm light that emanated from the crucifix. How is this possible? Josephine breathed. Because those who serve the light have been busy, while those who serve the shadow made their grand plans. We have been preparing, organizing, sanctifying. The battle for Napoleon's soul and for the soul of France itself begins now. The knocking at the main door had stopped, but now they could hear something else. The sound of multiple footsteps in the corridor outside, and voices speaking in that same unnatural unison they had heard from the street singers. Choose now, madame, Marie Claire urged, extending her hand toward the passage. Choose between the husband who was and the emperor who might yet be saved. Choose between the comfortable prison of your chambers and the dangerous freedom of faith. Josephine looked one last time around the room that had been her refuge for so many years, then at the crucifix that burned like a star in her hands, and finally at the simple servant woman who had revealed herself to be so much more. "I choose hope," she said firmly, and stepped toward the hidden passage. As they disappeared into the tunnels beneath the palace, the door to her chambers finally opened. Napoleon stood in the doorway, but his shadow stretched far beyond the dimensions his physical form should have cast, writhing and reaching into the room like grasping tentacles. His eyes, when they fixed on the empty space where his wife had stood, reflected no light at all. "So be it," he whispered, and his voice was the sound of winter winds through dead trees. The game begins in earnest now. Behind him, figures in imperial livery filled the corridor, but their faces were wrong, too pale, eyes too dark, smiles too wide. They moved with perfect synchronization, like dancers responding to music only they could hear. "Find her," Napoleon commanded, and the shadows on the walls began to move independently of their sources. "Find them all, the faithful, the pure, the stubbornly hopeful. Find them, and teach them what it means to resist the inevitable." But in the tunnels beneath the palace, walking toward a light that grew brighter with each step, Josephine and Marie Claire heard none of this. They walked in silence for a time, the only sound their footsteps echoing off ancient stone walls, carved with symbols that predated Napoleon's empire by centuries. "Where are we going?" Josephine finally asked. Marie Claire's smile was radiant in the candlelight. "To gather an army, madam, an army of souls who remember what it means to love something greater than themselves. The battle for France begins tonight." Chapter 14. The Laundress's Secret. Marie-Claire Duret had been many things in her 43 years of life. A farmer's daughter, a soldier's wife, a palace servant, a widow, but she had never imagined she would become what she was now, a living sanctuary in a world increasingly consumed by shadow. As she led the Empress through the ancient tunnels beneath Paris, the scars on her arm pulsed with their own inner light, each throb a reminder of the night her ordinary life had ended and her extraordinary purpose had begun. The passage they followed was older than the Tuileries Palace above, older than Napoleon's empire, perhaps older than Christianity itself in France. The walls were carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Celtic spirals, intertwined with early Christian crosses, Roman numerals giving way to script in languages she had never learned but somehow understood. "Marie Claire," the Empress said softly as they walked, her voice echoing strangely in the narrow space. "You promised to tell me the truth about who you are, about what you are." Marie Claire considered her words carefully. The truth was complex, layered, and would have sounded like madness to anyone who had not witnessed what they both had witnessed in the palace above. But Josephine deserved to know, needed to know, if she was to play her part in what was to come. "I told you I was visited the night I meant to take my own life," Marie Claire began, her voice steady despite the memories that still brought pain. "But I did not tell you what happened before that visitor came, or why I was chosen to receive such unusual grace." They reached a junction in the tunnels where several passages branched off in different directions. Without hesitation, Marie Claire chose the path that sloped downward, following a route she had never walked but knew with absolute certainty. The knowledge had come with the marks, not learned information, but understanding that existed in her bones, her blood, her very spirit. "My Henry died at Austerlitz," as I said, But what I did not say was how he died. Not in glorious battle, not leading a charge or defending a position, but slowly, horribly, over the course of 3 days, calling my name as gangrene consumed the wound in his leg. Josephine placed a gentle hand on her arm. "Marie Claire, you don't have to, but I do, madame, because what happened to Henri was not accident or mere misfortune of war. It was orchestrated, a sacrifice made to darker powers than Napoleon even then realized he was serving." The passage opened into a larger chamber, circular in design, with a domed ceiling that disappeared into shadows above. Around the walls, alcoves held statues, not of pagan gods or Christian saints, but figures that seemed to represent something older, more fundamental. A woman holding scales, a man bearing a torch, a child cradling a dove. Even then, 5 years ago, the shadow was whispering to him. Marie Claire continued, moving to the center of the chamber where a simple stone altar stood. Upon it lay objects that seemed to glow with their own inner light. A wooden cup, a length of rope, a piece of bread. Not the overwhelming presence it is now, but subtle suggestions, dark dreams, promises of power that would come to seem more reasonable as time passed. She touched the stone surface of the altar, and immediately the chamber filled with a warm, golden radiance that made the carved symbols on the walls stand out in sharp relief. The night Henry died, I was not with him. I was here, in Paris, tending to the Empress's wardrobe, while my husband lay dying in an Austrian field hospital, calling for a wife who was too far away to hear. Her voice broke slightly, but she continued. When the news came, brought by a young sergeant whose face I will never forget, I broke something inside myself, not just my heart, but my faith, my hope, my basic trust in the goodness of existence. The Empress was watching her with growing amazement, beginning to understand that the woman she had known as a simple servant was far more complex than she had ever imagined. For weeks after, I went through the motions of life, serving in the palace, washing clothes, preparing meals, but inside, I was dying. The rage grew like a cancer, fed by questions that had no good answers. Why, Henry? Why us? Why did God allow good men to suffer while evil seemed to prosper? Marie Claire picked up the wooden cup from the altar, and as her fingers touched its rim, the light in the chamber grew brighter still. The night I decided to end my suffering with poison, I came here first. I don't remember making the conscious decision to seek out this place. I simply found myself walking through passages I had never seen before, following a path that seemed to call to me. "How did you know of these tunnels?" Josephine asked. "I didn't. But grief, madame, can be a powerful force, not just destructive, but revelatory. It strips away the comfortable illusions that normally shield us from deeper truths. In my pain, I could suddenly perceive things that had always been there but hidden from ordinary sight." She gestured to the alcoves around them, where the statues seemed to be watching their conversation with benevolent attention. "This chamber is a sanctuary, built in the early days of Christianity in Gaul by believers who understood that faith must sometimes go underground to survive. For over 1,000 years, it has served as a place of refuge for those who carry the light in dark times." Moving to one of the alcoves, Marie Claire knelt before a statue that depicted a woman in simple robes, her face serene despite the tears carved upon her cheeks. I prayed here that night, not the formal prayers I had learned as a child, but the raw, desperate plea of a soul pushed beyond all endurance. I asked for understanding, for peace, for the strength to either bear my burden or the courage to lay it down forever. The carved woman seemed to smile, though her expression had not changed, and that is when he appeared, not in blinding light or accompanied by angelic choirs, but quietly, gently, as if he had been waiting there all along for me to notice him. "Who?" Josephine whispered, though something in her heart already knew the answer. "The same presence you feel when you hold that crucifix," Marie Claire replied. "The same voice that speaks to every human soul in moments of ultimate darkness, offering hope when hope seems impossible, love when love seems pointless, faith when faith seems naive." She stood and returned to the altar, where the simple objects continued to glow with their sacred light. He did not take away my grief. That would have dishonored Henri's memory and denied the reality of love itself. Instead, he transformed it, showed me how suffering willingly accepted could become a doorway to compassion, how personal loss could become universal understanding. Marie Claire rolled up her sleeve again, revealing the luminous scars that formed a perfect cross on her forearm. The marks appeared as he spoke, burning like brands but somehow not causing pain. With each word he said, the scars grew brighter, and with their light came knowledge I had never sought but desperately needed. "What knowledge?" Josephine asked, stepping closer to examine the miraculous marks. I saw the shadow for what it truly was, not evil in the sense of personal malice, but emptiness, void, the absence of love, hope, faith, all the qualities that make existence meaningful. And I saw how that emptiness was spreading, not just through Napoleon, but through countless souls across Europe, feeding on despair and offering false promises of power in return for surrender of everything that makes us human. The chamber around them seemed to pulse with life, as if the stones themselves were breathing. In the alcoves, the statues appeared more lifelike now, their carved features animated by the sacred light that filled the space. But I also saw hope. Marie Claire continued, her voice growing stronger. I saw that the shadow, for all its ancient power, was fundamentally parasitic. It could only exist by consuming what others created, could only spread by corrupting what was already good. And that meant it had a weakness. It could be starved, defeated, if enough people chose to feed the light instead of the darkness. She moved to different alcoves, touching each statue in turn. As her scarred hand made contact with the carved stone, each figure seemed to come alive for a moment, eyes that flickered with intelligence, lips that seemed to mouth silent blessings. "These are not pagan idols or Christian saints," she explained, seeing Josephine's confusion. "They are representations of virtues, justice, wisdom, innocence, courage, mercy." The early Christians who built this sanctuary understood that faith was not just about believing in God, but about embodying divine qualities in human form. "And you were chosen to be such an embodiment?" the Empress asked, her voice filled with awe. Marie Claire's laugh was gentle, self-deprecating. "Chosen? Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply chose love over hate, hope over despair, service over self-pity. The miracle is not that I was selected for some grand purpose, but that any of us can be, at any moment, if we are willing to pay the price." "What price?" "Everything," Marie Claire replied simply. "Everything that the world tells us matters. Comfort, security, the approval of others, even our own lives if necessary. The light demands total commitment, absolute surrender to something greater than ourselves." She picked up the length of rope from the altar, and as she held it, Josephine could see that it was not ordinary rope, but something finer, almost silk-like, that seemed to shimmer with its own inner radiance. This was used to bind martyrs in the early days of the church, Marie Claire explained. Not to cause suffering, but to help them remember that their temporary pain served an eternal purpose. The rope accepted their willing sacrifice and transformed it into something sacred. Moving to the piece of bread, she continued, "This was broken and shared among the faithful during times of persecution, when gathering for proper mass would have meant death. It sustained not just their bodies but their spirits, reminding them that they were part of something larger, something that could not be destroyed by temporal powers." Finally, she lifted the wooden cup, and as she did, it seemed to fill with liquid that glowed like liquid starlight. "And this has held the tears of every person who has wept in this chamber over the centuries. Not tears of despair, but tears of understanding. The moment when someone realizes that their individual suffering is part of a cosmic pattern, a divine plan that includes even pain as an instrument of love." Josephine watched in wonder as Marie Claire drank from the cup, and immediately the woman's face was transformed. The plain features that had seemed unremarkable for so many years now blazed with inner beauty, and her eyes reflected depth that spoke of communion with mysteries beyond human comprehension. "Now, do you understand, madame?" Marie Claire asked, setting the cup back on the altar. "I am not a saint in the sense of being perfect or extraordinary. I am simply a woman who chose to let her broken heart become a doorway for divine love to enter the world. And that choice, that same choice, is available to anyone who finds themselves in the darkness and decides to light a candle rather than curse the night." The Empress was quiet for a long moment, absorbing the implications of what she had heard. Finally, she spoke. "And Napoleon? Can he still make that choice?" Marie Claire's expression grew troubled. "The man your husband was, the brilliant general, the passionate lover, the dreamer who believed he could reshape Europe, that man still exists somewhere within the shell that walks the palace halls above. But he grows weaker each day as the shadow grows stronger. Soon, very soon, he will face a moment of ultimate choice. Embrace the darkness completely and lose his humanity forever, or fight against it and risk losing everything he thinks he has gained." "How can we help him make the right choice?" "By showing him what true power looks like," Marie Claire replied, moving toward another passage that led deeper into the underground network. "The shadow offers him dominion over others through fear and compulsion. We must show him the infinitely greater power that comes from inspiring others through love and sacrifice." As they walked, the tunnel walls began to change. Instead of ancient stone, they now saw newer brickwork, and the air carried the scent of incense and beeswax candles. Somewhere ahead, voices could be heard singing, not the terrible unison chanting they had heard from the shadow touched in the streets above, but harmonious melodies that seemed to lift the soul. "Where are we going?" Josephine asked. "To meet the others," Marie Claire replied. "Did you think I was the only one who had been called to this purpose? The only one marked by grace and given understanding of what we face?" They emerged from the tunnel into a vast underground cathedral, clearly of ancient construction but lovingly maintained. The vaulted ceiling stretched high above their heads, supported by pillars carved with spirals and crosses that seemed to dance in the light of hundreds of candles. And throughout the space, people were gathered. Not the nobility or high clergy Josephine might have expected, but ordinary citizens of Paris, bakers and seamstresses, blacksmiths and teachers, mothers with children in their arms, elderly men and women whose faces bore the wisdom of long experience. But as Josephine looked more closely, she began to notice that many of them bore marks similar to Marie Claire's. A young woman carried scars on her palms that glowed faintly in the candlelight. An older man's forehead bore what looked like a crown of small wounds that seemed to pulse with their own radiance. A child, a boy of perhaps 10, had marks around his wrists that shimmered like captured starlight. "Mon Dieu," Josephine whispered. "How many?" "Several thousand, scattered throughout Paris and the surrounding countryside," Marie Claire replied. "Each called in their own way, each marked by their own moment of choice between darkness and light. They are servants and shopkeepers, farmers and fishermen, the people your husband's grand strategies never accounted for, the quiet, faithful, who keep the world running while emperors make their grand gestures." As they moved through the gathering, Josephine noticed that the people parted respectfully before them, but not with the obsequious bowing she was accustomed to as empress. Instead, they nodded to her with the recognition of equals, and to Marie Claire with something that looked very much like reverence. At the far end of the cathedral space, a simple altar had been erected, not ornate like those in the great churches of Paris, but humble, made of plain wood and adorned only with candles and a few sacred objects. Standing before it was a figure Josephine recognized, Brother Francois, the Franciscan monk who had given her the crucifix. But he was no longer alone. Cardinal Fesch was there, his usually political demeanor replaced by an expression of profound spiritual intensity. Captain Moreau stood nearby, his military bearing unchanged, but his eyes holding a light that spoke of recent revelation. And with them were others, priests and nuns, soldiers and civilians, all bearing the indefinable mark of those who had chosen to serve something greater than themselves. "Madame l'Impératrice," Brother Francois called out, his voice carrying clearly through the vast space. "We have been waiting for you." As Josephine approached the altar, she noticed that the crucifix in her hands was resonating with other objects in the space. Reliquaries and blessed medals, simple wooden crosses and elaborate golden chalices, all glowing with the same warm light that emanated from Marie Claire's scars. "How long has this been here?" she asked, gesturing to the underground cathedral. "The foundation stones were laid in the 3rd century. Cardinal Fesch replied, "By Christians who understood that the faith would sometimes need to go underground to survive. But this particular gathering, we have been assembling for 3 weeks now, ever since the first reports of shadow-touch citizens began to reach us." Captain Moreau stepped forward, his scarred face serious but determined. "Madam, we need you to understand the scope of what we face. The shadow has not just infected individuals, it has begun to corrupt the very infrastructure of the city. The water supply in the eastern districts now carries a taint that spreads the infection. Food grown in contaminated soil carries the same curse. Even the air itself in some areas has become poisonous to the soul." Brother Francois nodded grimly. "But we have also discovered the shadow's limitations. It cannot spread through blessed objects or consecrated ground. It cannot touch those who bear the marks of willing sacrifice. And most importantly, it cannot compel those whose faith burns bright enough to create their own light." Marie Claire moved to the altar and placed her hands on its simple wooden surface. Immediately, the entire cathedral blazed with radiance that rivaled the sun itself, and every person present felt their own inner light respond, growing brighter in communion with the others. "The Emperor's ritual," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast space, "is set for the feast of Saint Bartholomew, now just 18 days hence. If he succeeds in binding every soul in Paris to his will, the shadow will have enough collective spiritual energy to tear open permanent doorways between our world and the void that spawns such darkness." Murmurs of concern rippled through the gathering, but Marie Claire raised her hand for silence. "But," she continued, "we have the power to prevent this, not through violence or political maneuvering, but through the oldest and most powerful force in creation. Love that is willing to sacrifice everything for the good of the beloved. She looked directly at Josephine, her eyes blazing with inner fire. Madame, you asked how we could help the Emperor make the right choice. The answer is that we must make it for him, not by forcing his hand, but by creating a tide of light so powerful that even the deepest shadow cannot stand against it. What do you mean? Josephine asked, though something in her heart already knew. We mean, said a new voice from the back of the cathedral, that we must be willing to take the darkness into ourselves, to bear the spiritual burden of every soul he has corrupted, and through our willing sacrifice, transform curse into blessing. The speaker stepped forward, and Josephine gasped in recognition. It was General Junot, but a changed Junot, his face bearing fresh scars that formed a pattern of intersecting lines across his forehead, each one glowing with its own inner light. General, she stammered, but you were with Napoleon. I saw you leave with the other officers. I was, Junot replied, his voice filled with quiet strength. But sometimes, madame, facing ultimate evil forces a man to choose what he truly serves. When I saw what my emperor had become, when I felt the shadow trying to claim my own soul through proximity to his darkness, I had to decide. Would I serve the man Napoleon was, or the thing he is becoming? He gestured to his scarred forehead. The choice was painful. The marks appeared as I broke free from the shadow's influence, and with them came understanding of what we truly face. But also hope. Hope that if enough of us are willing to make the same choice, we might yet save, not just Paris, but Napoleon himself. Marie Claire nodded approvingly. The General speaks truth. Each person here has made the same fundamental choice, to serve the light even unto death, to bear whatever burden is required to keep the flame of hope alive in a darkening world. She turned back to Josephine, her expression both gentle and implacable. But you, madame, have the most difficult choice of all. You must decide whether you love Napoleon enough to risk losing him completely, whether you are willing to fight for his soul, even if it means destroying the man you married to save the man he could still become. The crucifix in Josephine's hands blazed like a star, its light joining with that of every other sacred object in the cathedral to create an illumination that seemed to reach beyond the physical realm into dimensions of pure spirit. What must I do? She whispered. You must be the light that calls him home, Marie Claire replied. And if he chooses darkness over that light, then you must be strong enough to let him go and to continue the fight without him. Around them, the gathered faithful began to sing again, not in French or Latin, but in words that seemed to bypass language entirely and speak directly to the soul. And in that music, Josephine heard something that gave her courage, the sound of hope itself refusing to die even in the darkest of nights. Chapter 15. The Cardinal's War. Cardinal Joseph Fesch had served the Church for over 40 years, had navigated the treacherous political waters of revolutionary France, and had witnessed the rise of his nephew Napoleon from provincial artillery officer to Emperor of Europe. But nothing in his extensive experience had prepared him for the war he now found himself leading, a battle not for territory or political power, but for the very souls of his people. Standing before the altar in the ancient underground cathedral, surrounded by the extraordinary gathering of marked faithful, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him like a physical burden. These people, these humble servants and shopkeepers who bore the stigmata of willing sacrifice, to look to him for leadership in a conflict that transcended anything in his theological training. The candlelight flickered across faces that glowed with inner radiance, each person present bearing some mark of divine calling. But Cardinal Fesch was acutely aware that time was running short. 18 days until the Feast of St. Bartholomew. 18 days to cleanse Paris of shadow corruption, to save whatever souls could still be saved. And somehow, to reach the man Napoleon had been before the darkness claimed him. "My friends," he began, his voice carrying the authority of decades spent addressing congregations both humble and grand, "we stand at a crossroads not just of history, but of eternity itself. The enemy we face is not human, not political, not bound by the ordinary rules of warfare. It is spiritual corruption in its purest form, the negation of everything that makes existence meaningful." A young woman near the front of the gathering raised her hand. Cardinal Fesch recognized her as Marguerite Leclerc, a seamstress from the Marais district, whose palms bore scars that glowed like captured starlight. "Your Eminence," she said, her voice clear and strong despite her humble origins, "I have seen the shadow, touched in my neighborhood. They are my neighbors, people I have known for years. But when I try to speak to them of faith, of hope, they look at me with eyes that are empty. How do we reach souls that seem to have forgotten what souls are for?" Cardinal Fesch nodded gravely. It was the central question that had been troubling him since this crisis began. "Sister Marguerite, you have identified the core of our challenge. The shadow does not simply corrupt, it empties. It drains away the capacity for independent thought, for genuine emotion, for the kind of love that requires sacrifice. What we face are not evil people, but people who have been systematically stripped of their humanity." He moved to a side chapel, where several reliquaries were displayed, each one glowing with its own inner light. As he approached, the objects seemed to respond to his presence, their radiance growing brighter. "Brother Francois," he called to the Franciscan monk, "tell us again what you discovered about the blessed object's effects on the shadow touched." The monk stepped forward, carrying the reliquary containing St. Denis's fingerbone. "Your Eminence, the results are both encouraging and deeply troubling. Against those who have been fully transformed, the walking dead who no longer retain any trace of their human nature, the holy relics are absolutely effective. They can destroy such creatures entirely, sending whatever remains of their souls to divine judgment." He paused, his face growing grave. "But with the living infected, those who still breathe, still walk among us, but whose souls have been partially consumed by shadow, the blessed objects produce a different effect. They cause the shadow to recoil, yes, but they also cause tremendous pain to the human host. The darkness clings to them so tightly that removing it feels like tearing away part of their essential being." Captain Moreau, his uniform bearing new insignia that seemed to glow with their own light, spoke up from where he stood with a group of soldiers who had chosen faith over empire. "I have witnessed this firsthand, Your Eminence." A blessed medal pressed against the forehead of a shadow-touched baker in the Saint-Antoine district caused him to scream for nearly an hour. Not screams of rage or defiance, but of genuine agony, as if we were torturing an innocent man. Cardinal Fesch felt his heart heavy with the implications. And yet, we cannot simply leave them in their corrupted state. Each soul that remains claimed by darkness will serve as a conduit for the Emperor's ritual. If we do not find a way to cleanse them, their spiritual energy will be used to tear open permanent doorways between our world and the void that spawns such evil. Marie Claire stepped forward from where she had been in quiet conversation with the Empress. Her scars were glowing more brightly than usual, and her expression carried the weight of recent revelation. "Your Eminence," she said, her voice carrying an authority that transcended her humble origins, There is another way, but it requires a sacrifice that goes beyond what we have asked of anyone so far. The entire cathedral fell silent, all attention focused on the woman who had revealed herself to be far more than a simple servant. I have been shown, Marie Claire continued, that the shadow can indeed be drawn out of living hosts without destroying them. But it cannot simply be banished. Spiritual energy, like physical energy, can neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed. The darkness that has infected them must go somewhere. Cardinal Fesch felt a chill that had nothing to do with the underground chamber's temperature. You mean... I mean that someone must be willing to take that darkness into themselves, to bear the spiritual burden of the shadow touched, to absorb their corruption and transform it through perfect faith. Her scarred arm blazed like a torch in the candlelight. It is possible, I have seen it done, but the cost is severe. Brother Francois leaned forward intently. What cost? Marie Claire's smile was radiant and terrible at the same time. The person who undertakes such a cleansing must be prepared to experience every moment of despair, every flash of rage, every instant of spiritual agony that drove their subjects to embrace the shadow in the first place. They must feel the full weight of that accumulated darkness, hold it within their own soul, and through their faith transform it into light. The implications hit the gathered faithful like a physical blow. Several people gasped audibly, and Cardinal Fesch saw more than one face go pale with understanding. "You're describing a form of spiritual martyrdom," he said quietly. "I am describing the ultimate imitation of Christ," Marie Claire replied, her voice unwavering. "The willing acceptance of others' sins and suffering, with faith that divine grace will transform what is evil into what is holy." General Junot stepped forward, the fresh scars on his forehead pulsing with their own rhythm. How many could be saved this way, and how many purifiers would be required? Marie Claire closed her eyes, and for a moment her face took on an expression of profound concentration, as if she were consulting some inner source of knowledge. "The shadow has claimed approximately 30,000 souls in Paris," she said when she opened her eyes again. "Most are in the early stages of infection, their humanity diminished, but not yet completely destroyed. Perhaps 1,000 have been transformed beyond redemption and must be handled with blessed weapons." She paused, clearly calculating spiritual mathematics that transcended ordinary understanding. To cleanse the savable ones would require approximately 300 willing purifiers, people prepared to take the accumulated darkness of 100 souls each into themselves and transform it through faith. The cathedral erupted in murmurs of concern and debate. The numbers were staggering, the implications almost beyond comprehension. 300 souls sacrificed to save 30,000, Captain Moreau said grimly. And those 300, what happens to them? "They become something new," Marie Claire replied simply. "Neither wholly human nor wholly divine, but bridges between the two realms. They carry the transformed darkness within themselves forever. But that darkness, purified by their sacrifice, becomes a source of light for others." Cardinal Fesch found himself thinking of the martyrs of old, the saints who had willingly endured torture and death rather than renounce their faith. But this was something different, not just the surrender of mortal life, but the willing acceptance of spiritual burden that would last beyond death itself. And if we cannot find 300 willing to make such a sacrifice, then Napoleon's ritual succeeds, Marie Claire said starkly. The shadow gains enough collective spiritual energy to permanently establish itself in our world. And what begins in Paris will eventually consume all of Europe, then all of the world. A new voice spoke from the crowd, an elderly woman whose grey hair seemed to glow with its own inner light. Cardinal Fesch recognized her as Mother Superior Catherine from the Convent of the Sacred Heart, whose nuns had been among the first to report encounters with the shadow-touched. "Your Eminence," Mother Catherine said, her voice clear and strong despite her age. "I volunteer to be among the 300. My sisters and I have discussed this, and we are prepared to offer ourselves for the salvation of our city." Her words seemed to break a dam of hesitation. Voices began rising throughout the cathedral. "I will serve. Count me among them. For the love of God and France, I volunteer." Within minutes, nearly half the people present, over 200 souls, had offered themselves for the ultimate sacrifice. Cardinal Fesch felt tears streaming down his face as he witnessed this extraordinary display of selfless love. But even as his heart swelled with pride and gratitude, his practical mind was calculating. 200 volunteers, perhaps 50 more who could be found among the faithful in other parts of Paris. They were still short of the number required. "My friends," he called out, raising his hands for quiet. "Your courage humbles me, but we need more volunteers, and we need them quickly. The ritual must be completed before the Emperor begins his own working on St. Bartholomew's feast." Brother Francois stepped forward, clutching his glowing reliquary. "Your Eminence, what of the other cities? Lyon, Marseille, Rouen. Surely there are faithful there who would answer this call?" "I have already dispatched messengers," Cardinal Fesch replied. "But travel takes time, and we cannot be certain they will arrive before we must act." It was then that the Empress, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, stepped forward. The ancient crucifix in her hands blazed like a star, and when she spoke, her voice carried an authority that transcended her political position. "I will be one of the 300, Josephine declared, and the entire cathedral fell into shocked silence. Cardinal Fesch stared at her in amazement. "Madame, you cannot— The implications are precisely why I must," she interrupted, her voice growing stronger with each word. "Napoleon is my husband, and the corruption that has claimed him began with his desire to protect what we had built together. If anyone should bear the burden of cleansing that corruption, it should be me." Marie Claire moved to her side, her expression both proud and sorrowful. "Madame, you understand what you are offering? The spiritual agony you would endure would include not just the darkness of strangers, but the accumulated weight of your husband's own corruption, every choice he has made that led him further from the light." "I understand," Josephine replied firmly, "and I accept it willingly, with full knowledge of the cost." The cathedral began to fill with a different kind of light, not the warm radiance of the candles and relics, but something harder, more intense, like sunlight concentrated through a lens. Cardinal Fesch realized he was witnessing something unprecedented in church history: the spontaneous canonization of living saints through their willing acceptance of ultimate sacrifice. "Very well," he said, his voice carrying the full authority of his office. "Let it be recorded that on this day, in this place, 300 souls offered themselves for the salvation of their city and their fellow human beings. Let history remember not their names, but their choice, to love so completely that they were willing to bear the sins of others and transform them through faith." He moved to the altar and picked up a large book bound in white leather, the Chronicle of Martyrs, that had been maintained in this sanctuary for over 1,000 years. As he opened it to a fresh page, golden light streamed from its blank surface. "We will begin at dawn," he announced, dipping a quill in ink that seemed to glow with its own inner fire. Teams of 3 will move through the infected districts. 1 to identify and contain the shadow, touched. 1 to perform the cleansing ritual, and 1 to provide spiritual support and protection. As he began writing the names of volunteers in the sacred book, each letter seemed to burn itself into the parchment with permanent fire. But even as he wrote, Cardinal Fesch found his thoughts turning to the greater challenge that lay ahead. Even if they succeeded in cleansing 30,000 souls, even if they prevented Napoleon's ritual from reaching its full power, they still faced the fundamental problem: the emperor himself, the source of the shadow's influence in France, the man who had willingly opened doorways that should never have been opened, who had traded his humanity for power that no mortal was meant to possess. "Marie Claire," he called to the enigmatic woman, who seemed to understand so much more than the rest of them. "Assuming our purification succeeds, assuming we can cleanse the shadow touched before St. Bartholomew's feast, what then? How do we reach Napoleon himself?" Her expression grew troubled, and for the first time since he had known her, she seemed genuinely uncertain. "That, Your Eminence, is the one part of this battle that cannot be planned or predicted. The Emperor's choice between the shadow he has embraced and the light that still calls to him must be made freely. We can create the conditions for that choice. We can remove the corrupting influence of the masses he has infected, but we cannot make the choice for him." She looked directly at Josephine, her eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. "In the end, it will come down to a single moment of decision: darkness or light, power or love, the thing he has become or the man he once was. And that moment will test not just his soul, but the soul of everyone who truly loves him." The cathedral fell silent as the implications settled over them. They were preparing for war, not just against supernatural forces, but against the corruption of love itself, the perversion of everything noble into something monstrous. Cardinal Fesch finished writing the last name in the Chronicle of Martyrs and closed the book. As he did so, a sound echoed through the cathedral, distant at first, but growing stronger. It was singing, but not the harmonious hymns they had been hearing. This was the terrible unison chanting of the shadow touched, and it was coming from directly above them. "They know we are here," Captain Moreau said grimly, his hand moving instinctively to his blessed sword. Marie Claire's scars blazed brighter, and she tilted her head as if listening to voices only she could hear. "No," she said quietly. "They do not know our location, but the Emperor does. He can sense the gathering of so much concentrated light, and he is displeased." As if summoned by her words, a new sound joined the chanting above, Napoleon's voice, carrying supernatural resonance that made the stone walls of the cathedral vibrate. "Josephine," the voice called, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "My dear wife, hiding in the depths like a frightened rabbit. Come out, and let us discuss this situation like civilized people." The Empress gripped her crucifix tighter, but her voice remained steady. "He cannot enter here while we maintain our circle of faith?" "Not directly," Marie Claire confirmed. "But his influence grows stronger each day. Soon, very soon, we must take the battle to him." Cardinal Fesch looked around at the 300 souls who had volunteered for the ultimate sacrifice, at the faithful who had gathered from across Paris to stand against the darkness, and felt something he had not experienced in all his years of service to the Church. The presence of the divine, not as distant mystery, but as immediate, tangible power. "Then let us begin," he declared, his voice ringing with new authority. "Let us show the Emperor what true power looks like, not the dominion that comes from fear and compulsion, but the infinitely greater strength that flows from love, willing to sacrifice everything for the good of others. The battle for Napoleon's soul, and for the soul of France itself, was about to begin. Chapter 16. The purification begins. Dawn broke grey and cold over Paris on the morning that would later be remembered as the Day of Cleansing. Brother Francois stood at the edge of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the eastern district where the shadow's corruption ran deepest, clutching the reliquary of Saint-Denis with hands that trembled not from fear, but from the overwhelming presence of the divine that had settled upon him during the night's prayers. Behind him, teams of the faithful spread out through the narrow streets, each group of 3, carrying blessed objects that glowed like captured starlight in the dim morning light. The air itself seemed different here, thicker somehow, tainted with whispers that spoke in languages that predated human civilization. But against that ancient malevolence, the voices of the purifiers rose in harmonious prayer, their words weaving a net of light that held the darkness at bay. Remember, Brother Francois called to the nearest teams, his voice carrying clearly through the supernatural stillness. We are not here to destroy, but to heal. Every soul we encounter was once someone's child, someone's beloved. The darkness has stolen their humanity, but the divine spark still burns within them. We need only fan that spark back into flame. Sister Marguerite, the seamstress whose palms bore scars like stars, nodded grimly as she shouldered a pack filled with blessed oils and sacred waters. Brother, I know these people. Madame Theroux, who sold bread on the corner, she was kind to my children when they were hungry. Pierre the blacksmith, he shoed my donkey for free when times were hard. To see them now, with those empty eyes, which is precisely why we must succeed. Brother Francois replied, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. The love you bear for them, the memories of who they were, that is our greatest weapon against the void that has consumed them. As they moved deeper into the infected district, the signs of corruption became more apparent. Windows that should have been bright with morning sun instead reflected only darkness. Flowers in window boxes had withered to black husks overnight. Even the very stones of the buildings seemed to have absorbed some taint, their surfaces bearing stains that shifted and moved when observed directly. But most disturbing of all were the people themselves. They moved through the streets in perfect synchronization, their faces blank and serene, their eyes reflecting no light. Children played games that involved no laughter, their movements precise and joyless. Merchants opened their stalls and arranged their wares with mechanical efficiency. But when they spoke to customers, their voices carried the same hollow resonance that had begun to characterize the emperor's speech. There, whispered Father Dubois, a young priest whose forehead bore a crown of glowing scars. The baker's shop. 3 souls inside, a man, woman, and child. They retain enough humanity to be saved, but the shadow clings to them like tar. Brother Francois nodded and approached the shop with careful, reverent steps. Through the window, he could see the family working in unnatural silence, the baker kneading dough with movements too regular to be human, his wife arranging loaves with geometric precision, their young son sweeping the floor in patterns that hurt the eyes to follow. In the name of Christ who conquered death, Brother Francois began, his voice carrying the authority of absolute faith. I call upon the light that dwells in every human heart to remember itself. He raised the reliquary, and immediately the golden casket blazed with radiance that seemed to penetrate the very walls of the building. Inside the shop, the 3 figures stopped their mechanical movements and turned toward him with expressions of sudden confusion, as if they were waking from a deep and troubled sleep. But with that awakening came agony. The baker clutched his head and screamed, not the hollow sound that had characterized the shadow touched, but genuine human anguish. His wife collapsed to her knees, weeping tears that steamed as they hit the flour-dusted floor. The child ran to the corner and huddled there, his small body racked with sobs that spoke of a soul remembering what it had lost. "Hold fast," Brother Francois called to his companions as they prepared for the most difficult part of their task. The darkness fights hardest when it knows it is losing. Sister Marguerite stepped forward, her scarred palms beginning to glow with their own inner fire. "I will take the woman," she said quietly. "Her pain, I recognize it. The fear of losing everything you love, I have felt that darkness myself." Without hesitation, she placed her hands on the baker's wife and immediately began to scream herself as the shadow corruption flowed from the infected woman into her own soul. But even as the darkness entered her, Sister Marguerite's faith transformed it, her love for her neighbor burning away the void and leaving behind something purified, sacred. Father Dubois moved to the child, gathering the sobbing boy into his arms. "I understand your fear, little one," he whispered, as his own scars blazed brighter. "I too was afraid of the dark when I was your age. But see how the light chases all shadows away?" The spiritual poison flowed from child to priest, and Father Dubois gasped as he felt the weight of innocence corrupted, of trust betrayed, of hope systematically destroyed. But his own willing sacrifice transformed that darkness, his faith in divine goodness burning away the despair and leaving the child's soul clean and bright. Brother Francois approached the baker himself, a big man whose face bore the lines of someone who had worked with his hands all his life, who had taken pride in feeding his neighbors, whose corruption was perhaps the deepest because it had perverted his natural desire to serve others. "My friend," Brother Francois said gently, placing one hand on the baker's shoulder while raising the reliquary with the other, "you have been far from home, but the way back is still open to you." The baker looked at him with eyes that flickered between empty darkness and desperate humanity. I remember you, brother. You used to buy bread here on Sundays after morning mass. But that was I dreaming? Did any of that really happen?" "It all happened," Brother Francois assured him. "And it can happen again. But first, you must let me help you remember who you really are." He pressed the reliquary against the baker's forehead, and both men cried out as the full weight of the shadow's corruption flowed between them. Brother Francois felt himself drowning in despair so profound it seemed to stop his heart, the accumulated anguish of a man who had watched his life's work perverted into an instrument of spiritual poison, who had been forced to feed corruption to the very neighbors he loved. But faith, Brother Francois had learned, was stronger than any darkness. His love for this man, his absolute trust in divine mercy, his willingness to bear any burden for the sake of another's salvation, these burned through the shadow corruption like fire through chaff, transforming curse into blessing, despair into hope. When the transfer was complete, the baker collapsed to his knees, weeping tears of genuine emotion for the first time in weeks. His wife and child ran to him, and they embraced with the desperate joy of a family reunited after thinking they had lost each other forever. But the three purifiers who had saved them now bore scars that would last beyond death itself, marks that glowed with transformed darkness, badges of willing sacrifice that identified them as something new in the long history of sanctity. "One family saved," Sister Marguerite whispered, her voice hoarse from screaming but filled with quiet triumph. 29,000 997 souls to go. Brother Francois looked at his companions, good people who had willingly damned themselves to save others, and felt his heart break with love for them, even as it soared with hope for the city they were fighting to reclaim. "Then we continue," he said simply, and led them deeper into the shadow, touched district. By midday, 17 families had been cleansed, their souls restored to the light through the willing sacrifice of 51 purifiers. But each cleansing took longer than the last, and the toll on those performing the ritual was becoming increasingly apparent. Several purifiers had collapsed from spiritual exhaustion, their bodies unable to process the amount of concentrated evil they had absorbed. Others bore new scars that pulsed with darker light than before, signs that they were approaching the limit of how much transformed darkness a human soul could contain. And throughout it all, the shadow fought back with increasing desperation. Windows exploded outward as the teams approached infected buildings. The very stones of the street cracked and shifted, trying to trip the purifiers. Whispers in dead languages grew so loud they threatened to drown out the prayers of the faithful. And twice, Brother Francois had to use his reliquary to destroy shadow constructs, things that had once been human but had been so completely consumed by darkness that no spark of the divine remained in them. It was as they approached the central square of the district that they encountered their greatest challenge yet. The square was filled with shadow-touched citizens, perhaps 300 souls standing in perfect formation, their voices raised in that terrible unison, chanting that made the air itself seem to writhe with malevolent purpose. At their center stood a figure that Brother Francois recognized with a chill of terror. Marshal Ney, one of Napoleon's most trusted commanders, but transformed into something that barely resembled humanity. The marshal's uniform had been replaced by robes that seemed to be cut from shadow itself, and his face bore markings that shifted and changed, like living tattoos. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that no human throat should produce. "So," Marshal Ney said, his words causing frost to form on the windows of surrounding buildings, "the mice emerge from their holes to challenge the inevitable. How quaint." Brother Francois stepped forward, his reliquary blazing with light that held the shadow chorus at bay. "Michel Ney," he called, using the marshal's given name deliberately. "I knew you when you were a man of honor. That man still exists somewhere within the shell you have become. I call upon him to remember his oath to France, to his soldiers, to the ideals that once moved him to greatness." The thing that had been Ney laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "That man was weak, mortal, limited by conscience and sentiment. I have been freed from such chains. I serve a master now who offers true immortality, true power, power over death itself." "You serve nothing," Brother Francois replied firmly. "You have been consumed by nothing, transformed into nothing, promised nothing. The void you worship creates nothing, builds nothing, loves nothing. It is the enemy of existence itself." As he spoke, he began walking forward into the square, his reliquary held high. The shadow-touched citizens turned toward him with movements too synchronized to be natural, their empty eyes reflecting the sacred light like black mirrors. "And yet," Marshal Ney countered, gesturing to the assembled masses, "see how willingly they serve. No coercion, no chains, simply the recognition that they are part of something greater than their individual selves. Can your light offer them anything comparable?" "Yes," said a new voice from behind Brother Francois. "It can offer them love." He turned to see Sister Marguerite approaching, but she had been transformed by her morning's work. The scars on her palms now blazed like stars, and her simple dress seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. Behind her came Father Dubois and the other purifiers who had been cleansing the district. 51 souls who bore the marks of willing sacrifice, who had taken darkness into themselves and transformed it through faith. We offer them something your master cannot provide, Sister Marguerite continued, addressing the corrupted marshal directly. We offer them the chance to be truly seen, truly known, truly valued, not as identical servants of a vast machine, but as unique individuals loved beyond measure. She stepped toward the nearest shadow-touched citizen, a young mother whose child clung to her skirts with movements too precise to be natural affection. "Marie," Sister Marguerite said gently, recognizing her neighbor. "Marie, do you remember when your little Pierre took his first steps? How you laughed and cried at the same time? How you said it was the most beautiful sound in the world when he called you Mama?" For a moment, something flickered in the woman's eyes, a spark of memory, of genuine emotion, but Marshal Ney's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Silence, vessel. You serve a greater purpose now than mere individual sentiment." The spark died, and the woman's face returned to its blank serenity. But Brother Francois had seen enough to know that the human soul was still there, still reachable. "You are wrong, Marshal," he said, beginning to walk in a slow circle around the assembled crowd. "You speak of purpose, but what you offer is meaninglessness. You speak of immortality, but what you provide is spiritual death. You speak of freedom, but you have created the ultimate slavery, the slavery of souls that no longer remember they were meant to be free." As he walked, the light from his reliquary began to affect the shadow-touched citizens. Not the violent reaction they had seen in individual cleansings, but something subtler, a stirring, a restlessness, as if they were beginning to remember what they had lost. "Look at them," Brother Francois continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. 300 souls, and yet they speak with one voice, think with one mind, dream with one dream. They have been made identical, interchangeable, empty. Is this the gift your master offers? Is this the evolution he promises? The marshal's face contorted with rage, and suddenly the temperature in the square plummeted. Frost began forming on the cobblestones, and the shadow-touched citizens swayed like wheat in a wind that carried whispers in languages that predated human speech. "Enough!" Marshal Ney roared, and his voice shattered windows throughout the district. "You speak of love, but love is weakness. You speak of freedom, but freedom is chaos. We offer order, permanence, the end of suffering through the end of individual will." "You offer nothing," Sister Marguerite replied, stepping forward with her scarred palms blazing. "And we are here to prove it." What happened next would be remembered in the chronicles of the Church as the miracle of the square. Without signal or coordination, all 51 purifiers stepped forward simultaneously, surrounding the 300 shadow-touched citizens in a circle of living light. "We call upon each of you by name," they said in perfect unison, their voices harmonizing in ways that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the soul. Marie Dubois, mother of Pierre. Jacques Moreau, carpenter and dreamer. Claudette Rousseau, who sang in the church choir. Henri Blanc, who gave bread to the hungry. As each name was spoken, the corresponding citizen began to stir, to remember, to reclaim fragments of individual identity that the shadow had tried to erase. The perfect synchronization of their movements began to break down as 300 souls started to remember what it meant to be human. Marshal Ney screamed, not in rage now, but in genuine terror as he realized what was happening. No, you cannot. They belong to the darkness now. They have chosen. They chose despair when hope seemed impossible. Brother Francois replied, his reliquary now blazing so brightly it seemed to contain a fragment of the sun itself. They chose emptiness when meaning seemed elusive, but they did not choose to stop being human. That choice was taken from them through deception. He raised the reliquary high above his head, and suddenly every blessed object carried by the purifiers responded, creating a network of light that connected all 51 souls into a single radiant mandala. We offer them a different choice, the purifiers said in unison, their combined faith creating harmonics that made the air itself sing. We offer to take their darkness into ourselves, to bear their burdens, to transform their pain into something sacred through our willing sacrifice. What followed was, unlike any of the individual cleansings they had performed, instead of the shadow corruption flowing from one person to another, it seemed to lift from all 300 citizens simultaneously, rising like black smoke into the air above the square. But instead of dissipating, the darkness swirled and coalesced, drawn by the combined will of the 51 purifiers into their own souls. The spiritual agony was indescribable. Brother Francois felt himself drowning in 3 centuries' worth of accumulated despair. Every moment of hopelessness, every instant of betrayal, every second of soul-crushing emptiness that had driven these people to embrace the void. But alongside that darkness came the faith of 50 others, their combined love creating a furnace hot enough to transform curse into blessing. When it was over, 300 souls stood free in the square, weeping with joy as they remembered who they were. And 51 purifiers bore new scars, marks that glowed with light, so transformed it seemed to contain hints of colors that had no names. But Marshal Ney had not been cleansed. The thing that had consumed him was too deeply rooted, too fundamentally changed, to be reached by any earthly intervention. "This is not over," he snarled, his form already beginning to dissolve into shadow. "The Emperor's ritual approaches. You have saved a few hundred souls, but there are thousands more, and time grows short." He gestured, and suddenly the purifiers could see, as if through supernatural sight, the true scope of the challenge they faced. Throughout Paris, shadow-touched citizens moved in vast coordinated patterns, their combined spiritual energy forming geometric shapes that connected to form a city-wide sigil of unimaginable complexity. 18 more days, Marshal Ney continued, his voice fading as his physical form dispersed. 18 days until the feast of Saint Bartholomew, when every cleansed soul you have saved will be reclaimed, when every act of purification will be reversed, when the shadow claims not just Paris, but all of creation. He was gone, leaving behind only frost-covered cobblestones and the echo of terrible laughter. But the 300 freed souls surrounded the 51 purifiers, with expressions of gratitude so pure it seemed to warm the air itself. "What now, brother?" Sister Marguerite asked, her voice hoarse from the spiritual ordeal, but still strong with purpose. Brother Francois looked around at the faces, both the saved and the savers, and felt something stir in his heart that transcended hope, transcended faith, transcended even love itself. "Now," he said, "we prove that Marshal Ney was wrong about one thing. We prove that time is not our enemy, but our ally. We have 17 days to save 30,000 souls, and we will save them all." He raised his reliquary once more, and its light seemed to reach beyond the square, beyond the district, beyond the physical realm itself. a beacon calling every soul in Paris who still remembered what it meant to love something greater than themselves. The real battle, he added quietly, is just beginning. Chapter 17. The Emperor's Rage. In the war room beneath the Tuileries Palace, the being that had once been Napoleon Bonaparte stood before his maps of Paris, watching in real time as entire districts were cleansed of shadow corruption. The dark lines that had pulsed with malevolent energy now flickered and dimmed, sections going completely dark as purified souls broke free from his influence. But the rage that filled him was not entirely his own anymore. It was something vast and alien, a fury that had been building for eons in the spaces between stars, and it spoke through his human vocal cords with harmonics that shattered crystal and made the very stones of the palace groan. "Impossible," he hissed, his voice now a chorus of whispers from the void. 51 souls cannot cleanse thousands. The mathematics of darkness are absolute. Entropy must increase, order must decay, all light must eventually be consumed. Yet the evidence before his eyes told a different story. Throughout the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, freed citizens were embracing each other with tears of joy, while the 51 purifiers who had saved them bore marks that blazed with light, so pure it seemed to hurt the shadows cast by his candles. "Sire," came a voice from the doorway. General Murat, still recognizably human but with eyes that reflected no light. The cleansing spreads beyond what should be possible. The purifiers move from district to district, and each group they save joins them in their work. We are losing control of the eastern quarters entirely. Napoleon turned, and Murat took an involuntary step backward at what he saw. The Emperor's face was no longer entirely human. The features shifted and flowed. "Then we accelerate the timetable," Napoleon declared, moving to a table where ancient texts lay open to pages covered in symbols that seemed to writhe and move on their own. The ritual was planned for St. Bartholomew's feast, but it can be performed at any phase of the moon if we have sufficient spiritual energy to draw upon. He gestured to the maps, and the remaining dark lines pulsed brighter, as if responding to his will. How many souls remain under our influence? Murat consulted a ledger whose pages were filled with names written in what looked suspiciously like blood. "Approximately 27,000, sire. But the purifiers move quickly, and more souls are freed with each passing hour." 27,000. Napoleon mused, his multiple voices harmonizing in ways that made the air itself seem to thicken. Not ideal, but perhaps sufficient if we can concentrate their spiritual energy properly. He moved to the obsidian mirror that hung on the far wall, and his reflection looked back at him with eyes that held depths no mortal gaze should contain. The ancient formulae speak of alternative configurations. Instead of using Paris as a gradual amplification network, we could create a single, massive focusing event. "What kind of event, sire?" Murat asked, though his tone suggested he dreaded the answer. Napoleon's smile widened until it seemed to split his face entirely. "A sacrifice. 27,000 souls offered simultaneously to the powers that dwell in the void between stars. Their combined spiritual energy, released all at once, would be more than sufficient to tear open permanent doorways between our realm and theirs." The implications hit Murat like a physical blow. "Sire, you speak of murdering 27,000 of your own subjects." "I speak of transformation," Napoleon corrected, his voice taking on the lecturing tone he had once used at the military academy, but now underlaid with harmonics that spoke of cosmic hunger. "Death is merely another form of energy conversion. These souls will serve a far greater purpose than their mundane individual existences could ever achieve. He returned to the table of ancient texts, his fingers tracing symbols that seemed to burn themselves into his flesh wherever he touched them. The ritual site will need to be changed, of course. Notre Dame was perfect for a gradual working. But for this, we need something with deeper roots, older foundations. Murat forced himself to step closer, though every instinct screamed at him to flee. What did you have in mind, sire? Napoleon's multiple voices harmonized in something that might have been laughter. The catacombs, mon brave Murat. The ancient burial chambers beneath Paris, where 6 million souls have rested for centuries. All that accumulated spiritual residue, all that concentrated essence of human mortality will serve as the perfect amplifier for our working. He moved to a different map, this one showing the underground network of tunnels and chambers that honeycombed the earth beneath the city. Dark lines had been drawn connecting various points, forming a pattern that hurt the eyes to look at directly. We gather the 27,000 in the largest chamber. Napoleon continued, his finger tracing paths through the subterranean maze. Arrange them in the proper geometric configuration. Speak the words of unbinding, and watch as their life force tears reality itself open like fabric. General Murat felt something human still struggling inside him, some last vestige of the man he had been before the shadow claimed him. Sire, please, these are French citizens, people we swore to protect, children, mothers, fathers. They have families, dreams, hopes. They have nothing. Napoleon roared, and suddenly every shadow in the room seemed to reach toward Murat with grasping tendrils. They are empty vessels, hollow shells filled with purpose I have given them. Without my will to guide them, they would be nothing but walking meat animated by meaningless desires. The shadows wrapped around Murat's throat, lifting him off the ground with strength that felt like the grip of winter itself. Do not presume to lecture me about what they have, mon général. I have seen beyond the veil of mortality, communed with powers that existed before your precious earth was even a glimmer in its star's light. I know what souls are truly worth, and what they can be traded for. He released his grip, and Murat collapsed to the floor, gasping for air that seemed too thin, too cold. Besides, Napoleon added conversationally, returning to his maps as if nothing had happened, the purifiers have shown us something interesting. They believe they can save souls by taking darkness into themselves, by transforming corruption through willing sacrifice. How? Instructive. His smile was terrible to behold. What if we reverse that process? What if instead of taking darkness into the light, we drew light into the darkness? What if we could corrupt the purifiers themselves, turn their own sacrificial love into an instrument of spiritual destruction? Murat struggled to his feet, his throat still burning from the shadow grip. I don't understand, sire. Those 51 heroes, Napoleon said, gesturing toward the districts they had cleansed. They carry within themselves the transformed darkness of thousands of souls. They are reservoirs of purified shadow, concentrated essence of suffering made sacred through their faith. He moved to another ancient text, its pages covered in diagrams that seemed to show human figures arranged in various mystical configurations. What if we could convince them to come to us willingly? What if we could pervert their desire to save others, use their own compassion as a trap? The emperor's reflection in the obsidian mirror seemed to be grinning independently of his physical form. We offer them a trade, the lives of the 27,000 souls still under our influence, in exchange for their willing participation in a ritual they believe will cleanse Paris of corruption forever. But If they participate, Murat began, following the logic to its horrifying conclusion. If they participate, Napoleon confirmed. Their combined store of transformed darkness becomes the catalyst for the ritual. Instead of 27,000 individual souls, we would have 51 concentrated vessels of purified shadow, exponentially more powerful, infinitely more suitable for our purposes. He laughed again, and this time the sound seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the air, from the very foundations of the palace. They would damn themselves and everyone they tried to save, all while believing they were performing an act of ultimate sacrifice. The irony is exquisite. General Murat felt the last human part of himself shrivel and die as he realized the scope of the trap his emperor was laying. How do we convince them to come? We use the one thing they cannot resist. Napoleon replied, moving to a different mirror, this one showing not his reflection, but various scenes playing out across Paris. We give them a target they cannot ignore, a threat so terrible that their compassion compels them to act. In the mirror's surface, images flickered past. The underground cathedral where Cardinal Fesch had organized the resistance, the tunnels where Josephine and Marie Claire had taken refuge, the squares and streets where purified citizens were rebuilding their lives. We attack everything they have tried to save, Napoleon continued, his voice now carrying the sound of wind through graveyards. We reclaim every cleansed soul, corrupt every purified district, and we do it all simultaneously across the city. And when they see the scope of the destruction, when they realize that all their sacrifices are being undone in a single night, his smile was the expression of something that had never been human, that had only worn humanity like a discarded coat. They will come to us. They will beg us to make a deal. And we will give them exactly what their compassion demands, the chance to save everyone through the ultimate act of willing sacrifice. The emperor moved to the largest map of Paris, where dark lines still connected thousands of shadow-touched souls throughout the city. As he placed his hands on its surface, the lines began to pulse with renewed energy, and throughout Paris, 27,000 corrupted citizens stopped whatever they were doing and turned their empty eyes toward the catacombs. Begin the gathering, Napoleon commanded, his voice now echoing from every shadow, touched throat in the city. Bring them to the deep places, to the chambers where death has been stored for centuries, and prepare the ritual space. We move tonight. As General Murat hurried from the room to carry out his emperor's commands, Napoleon remained standing before his maps, his reflection in the obsidian mirror multiplying infinitely as if caught between opposing mirrors. "My dear Josephine," he whispered, and somehow his voice carried through every shadow in Paris, reaching even into the blessed sanctuaries where the faithful thought themselves safe. "My beloved wife, hidden in your tunnels of light with your new saint and your ancient crucifix, do you truly believe you can save me?" In the depths beneath the palace, water began to boil in pipes that carried the city's supply to its citizens. Throughout the eastern districts that had been cleansed, people began to feel an inexplicable chill, as if winter had returned in the middle of summer. And in the catacombs beneath Paris, 6 million skeletons stirred in their ancient rest, responding to a summons that had been building for weeks, but would finally be answered tonight. "We shall see," Napoleon continued, his multiple voices harmonizing in anticipation. "What your love is truly worth, when measured against the void that hungers for all creation. We shall see if your little light can shine in the absolute darkness I am about to unleash." Above ground, church bells began to toll throughout the city, not the regular chiming of the hours, but a desperate pealing that spoke of alarm, of warning, of a final call to arms for all who still remembered what it meant to stand in the light. The final battle for the soul of Paris was about to begin. Chapter 18. The Gathering Storm. In the ancient sanctuary beneath Paris, Josephine knelt before the simple wooden altar, the sacred crucifix blazing in her hands like a captured star. Around her, the faithful had been gathering throughout the day, not just the original 300 who had volunteered for the ultimate sacrifice, but thousands more. Citizens freed by the purifiers, clergy from across France, even children whose innocence seemed to generate its own protective light. But despite the growing strength of their numbers, Josephine felt a darkness pressing against the sanctuary's blessed boundaries, a malevolent presence so vast and hungry that it made her soul shrink in terror. "It's beginning," Marie Claire said quietly, approaching the altar with steps that left faint footprints of light on the ancient stone floor. "I can feel him gathering his forces, preparing for something that will make everything we've accomplished seem meaningless." The Empress looked up at the woman who had become her guide in this supernatural war, noting the new lines of strain around her eyes, the way her stigmata had grown brighter and more painful over the past hours. "What is he planning?" Josephine asked, though part of her dreaded the answer. Marie Claire's expression was grave as she took her place beside the altar. "A perversion of everything we have tried to achieve. He means to use our own compassion against us, to turn our desire to save others into an instrument of ultimate destruction." Before Josephine could ask what she meant, the sanctuary was filled with the sound of running footsteps. Brother Francois burst through the entrance, his robes torn and his face bearing fresh burns that looked suspiciously like handprints. "Your Majesty," he gasped, falling to his knees before the altar. "Forgive me, we failed. The shadow, it has reclaimed every soul we purified. Every district we cleansed has been consumed again, and this time the corruption runs deeper than before." The words hit the assembled faithful like a physical blow. Cries of despair and disbelief echoed through the chamber as the implications sank in. 3 days of sacrificial cleansing, 51 souls damned to save others, hundreds of families reunited, all undone in a single night. But it was Marie Claire who understood the true horror of what had happened. "He didn't just reclaim them," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He used our purification against them. Every soul we saved carried within it a memory of light, of what it felt like to be clean. When the shadow took them again, that memory became a source of infinite torment. They know exactly what they have lost, and they know it can be taken from them again at will." Cardinal Fesch emerged from the crowd, his face ashen. "The suffering in those districts, it is beyond description. They beg for release, but the shadow will not let them die. They are trapped between memory of salvation and the reality of damnation, and their agony feeds the Emperor's power." Josephine felt the crucifix growing heavier in her hands, as if it were absorbing the weight of despair that filled the chamber. "Then we have played directly into his hands. Every act of mercy, every sacrifice made to save them, it has only made their suffering worse." "No," said a new voice from the entrance. "It has made them ready." Everyone turned to see a figure approaching through the tunnel, General Juno, but transformed by his recent ordeals into something that seemed to burn with its own inner fire. The scars on his forehead had spread, forming intricate patterns that pulsed with light that held hints of colors beyond the normal spectrum. "General?" Cardinal Fesch said uncertainly. "We thought you were lost when the eastern districts fell again." "I was there," Juno confirmed, his voice carrying new harmonics that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the soul. "I witnessed the Emperor's trap being sprung, saw 27,000 souls being driven like cattle into the catacombs beneath Paris. But I also saw something he did not expect. He moved to the center of the sanctuary, and as he spoke, his words seemed to take on visible form, patterns of light that danced in the air above the assembled faithful. The purified souls remember what salvation felt like. Yes, that memory torments them now, but it also gives them something the shadow cannot touch: hope, real hope, based on actual experience of redemption. And that hope is spreading, even in the depths of corruption. Marie-Claire leaned forward intently. What do you mean? I mean that the Emperor's plan requires willing sacrifice, souls that choose damnation over salvation. But souls that have tasted light cannot truly choose darkness, no matter how much they suffer. The corruption may claim their bodies, may use them as vessels, but their essential choice has already been made. He gestured, and suddenly everyone in the sanctuary could see what he had seen: a vision of the catacombs where 27,000 shadow-touched souls stood in precise geometric formation, their bodies arranged in patterns that formed a vast ritual circle. But in their eyes, barely visible beneath the supernatural darkness, tiny sparks of remembered light flickered like stars in an infinite night. The Emperor believes he can use their suffering to tear open permanent doorways to the void, Juno continued. But suffering that remembers salvation is not the same as suffering that embraces despair. Their pain may feed his ritual, but their hope, however small, will corrupt it from within. Josephine rose from her knees, the crucifix in her hands, now blazing so brightly that shadows were banished from every corner of the sanctuary. Then we can still save them? We can do more than that, Marie-Claire said, her voice taking on the authority of prophetic understanding. We can turn the Emperor's trap against himself, but it will require a sacrifice greater than any we have contemplated. Not just the offering of our own lives, but the willing acceptance of ultimate spiritual responsibility. The sanctuary fell silent as the implications of her words settled over the assembled faithful. Cardinal Fesch was the first to find his voice. What do you mean by ultimate spiritual responsibility? Marie-Claire moved to the altar, her stigmata now blazing so brightly that they seemed to contain fragments of the sun itself. I mean that one of us must go to the catacombs, must stand at the center of the Emperor's ritual, and must take upon themselves the spiritual burden of every soul in Paris. Not just the shadow touched, but all 500,000 citizens of this city. The words hung in the air like a challenge to the very foundations of reality. To take upon oneself the sins and sufferings of 500,000 souls would be beyond human endurance, beyond human comprehension. That would be, Brother Francois began, then stopped as he realized the magnitude of what was being proposed. That would be the crucifixion, Marie-Claire finished quietly. The ultimate imitation of Christ. The willing acceptance of every sin, every failure, every moment of despair, experienced by every soul in Paris, with faith that divine grace can transform even such overwhelming darkness into light. General Junot nodded gravely. And if such a sacrifice were made at the moment of the Emperor's ritual, when all that accumulated spiritual energy is focused and concentrated, it would not just break his working, Cardinal Fesch said, understanding dawning on his face. It would reverse it entirely. Instead of opening doorways to the void, it would create a channel for divine grace to flow directly into our world. Marie-Claire smiled, and in that expression was both infinite sadness and infinite hope. The shadow feeds on despair, on the belief that suffering is meaningless, but suffering willingly accepted for the sake of others, suffering that is offered as a gift of love, that becomes the most powerful force in creation. The sanctuary began to fill with a different kind of light, not the warm radiance they had grown accustomed to, but something harder, more intense, like looking directly into the face of truth itself. Who could make such a sacrifice? Someone called from the crowd. What human soul could bear the weight of 500,000 others and not be crushed? Before Marie Claire could answer, Josephine stepped forward, the ancient crucifix held high above her head. "I will," she declared, her voice carrying clearly to every corner of the vast chamber. "Napoleon is my husband. This corruption began with his choices, and if anyone should bear the cost of cleansing it, it should be me." "Madame, no," Cardinal Fesch protested. "You cannot comprehend what you are offering. The spiritual agony would be beyond human endurance. It would destroy your mind, your soul, everything that makes you who you are." "And yet," Josephine replied with calm certainty, "it would save him. It would save all of them. And that is a trade I am willing to make." Marie Claire placed a gentle hand on her arm. "Your willingness honors you, Majesty, but this particular sacrifice requires something you do not possess: the ability to transform unlimited darkness through unlimited love. It requires someone who has already died to themselves so completely that they can absorb infinite suffering without being consumed by it." She looked around the chamber at the thousands of faces, faithful souls who had risked everything to stand against the darkness. "It requires a saint," she said simply. "Not a saint declared by the church, but a saint created through willing martyrdom. Someone who chooses to love so completely that they become love itself." The meaning of her words settled over the sanctuary, like a benediction and a burden combined. Everyone present understood that they were witnessing something unprecedented in the history of faith, not just the call to martyrdom, but the call to a martyrdom so complete it transcended death itself. "I volunteer," said Brother Francois, stepping forward with his reliquary held against his chest. "And I," said Sister Marguerite, her scarred palms blazing. "Count me among them," called Father Dubois. Within moments, all 51 purifiers who had sacrificed themselves to cleanse the shadow touched were standing together before the altar, their combined scars creating a mandala of light that seemed to contain depths beyond the physical realm. But Marie Claire shook her head gently. "Your sacrifice has already been made, and it has served its purpose perfectly. You have shown Paris what redemption looks like, what love in action can accomplish. But this final working requires something different." She moved to the center of the sanctuary, and as she walked, her simple grey dress seemed to transform, taking on a radiance that rivaled the crucifix in Josephine's hands. "It requires someone who has already walked through the valley of the shadow of death and emerged on the other side. Someone who has already surrendered everything they were to become something new." She smiled, and in that smile was the peace of absolute acceptance. "It requires me." The sanctuary erupted in protests, in pleas for her to reconsider, in offers from others to take her place. But Marie Claire raised her hand, and immediately a profound silence fell over the chamber. "This is why I was called," she said, her voice now carrying harmonics that seemed to come from beyond the physical realm. "This is why I was marked, why I was given understanding, why I survived my own dark night of the soul. Not to be a leader or a teacher, but to be a bridge between human suffering and divine love, between individual pain and cosmic redemption." She turned to Josephine, her eyes blazing within a fire. "But I cannot do this alone. The sacrifice requires not just someone willing to bear the burden, but someone whose love for the primary sufferer is strong enough to anchor the working in reality. You mean, Josephine began. I mean that you must come with me, Marie Claire confirmed. Not to share the spiritual burden, that would only dilute its effectiveness, but to provide the emotional foundation that makes such love possible. The Emperor's corruption began with his love for you, with his desire to protect what you had built together. It can only be healed by that same love, purified and made perfect through willing sacrifice. The implications were staggering. Josephine would not just be witnessing the ultimate act of martyrdom, she would be participating in it, providing the emotional core around which Marie Claire's sacrifice could transform 500,000 souls. What would happen to me? She asked quietly. You would survive, Marie Claire replied. But you would be changed. The love required to anchor such a working would burn away everything in you that is not essential, leaving behind something new, not quite human, not quite angelic, but a bridge between the two realms. Cardinal Fesch stepped forward, his face grave with the weight of theological implications. What you describe, it has never been attempted before. We have no precedent, no guidance from church teaching about such things. Because it has never been necessary before, Marie Claire replied. But these are unprecedented times, facing unprecedented evil. Sometimes, the response to ultimate darkness must be ultimate light. The sanctuary began to vibrate with a sound that was felt more than heard, a harmonic resonance that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the ancient chamber. On the walls, the carved symbols began to glow more brightly, as if responding to the prospect of such cosmic sacrifice. When? Josephine asked, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was agreeing to. Now, Marie Claire replied. The Emperor's ritual has already begun. Even as we speak, 27,000 souls suffer in the catacombs while he draws power from their anguish. We must act before the working reaches its climax, or all will be lost. General Junot stepped forward, his scarred face resolute. Then we go with you, not to interfere, but to ensure you reach the ritual site safely. And to bear witness, Cardinal Fesch added. If such a sacrifice is to be made, it must be recorded, remembered, understood by future generations who may face similar darkness. Marie Claire nodded, then turned to address the thousands of faithful who filled the sanctuary. My friends, what we attempt tonight will either save Paris or damn it utterly. If we fail, the void will consume not just this city, but eventually all of creation. If we succeed. She paused, and when she continued, her voice carried the weight of prophecy itself. If we succeed, you will witness the birth of something new in the history of salvation. Not just the redemption of individual souls, but the transformation of darkness itself into light, of despair itself into hope, of death itself into life. The faithful began to sing, not in French or Latin, but in words that seemed to bypass language entirely and speak directly to the soul. And in that music, Josephine heard the sound of eternity itself, calling her toward a destiny she had never chosen, but now embraced completely. As they prepared to leave the sanctuary for what might be the last time, Marie Claire placed her hand on Josephine's shoulder. Are you afraid? She asked gently. Josephine looked down at the crucifix in her hands, feeling the weight of divine purpose pressing against her heart. Terrified, she admitted, but also strangely peaceful, as if this is what I was born for, what my entire life has been preparing me to do. Then you understand, Marie Claire said, with a smile that contained all the love in creation. You understand what it means to love something more than your own existence. Together, They walked toward the tunnel that would lead them to the catacombs, followed by the 51 purifiers, Cardinal Fesch, General Junot, Brother Francois, and thousands of others whose faith had been forged in the crucible of supernatural war. Behind them, the ancient sanctuary blazed with light so pure it seemed to reach beyond the physical realm itself, a beacon of hope in a world that stood on the brink of ultimate darkness. The final confrontation was about to begin. Chapter 19. The Descent into Darkness. The entrance to the catacombs lay hidden beneath a modest chapel in the Quartier Latin. Its stone steps worn smooth by centuries of pilgrims seeking communion with the sacred dead. But as Marie-Claire descended into the ancient darkness with Josephine at her side and thousands of faithful following behind, she could feel that something fundamental had changed in these holy depths. The air itself was wrong, too thick, too cold, carrying whispers in languages that predated human speech. The walls, carved with Christian symbols and lined with the bones of 6 million souls, now bore stains that shifted and moved when observed directly. And underlying everything was a sound that seemed to emanate from the very stones, a low, rhythmic chanting that spoke of hunger older than worlds. "He has been busy," Marie-Claire observed quietly, her stigmata blazing brighter with each step they descended. "The Emperor has not just claimed these catacombs as his ritual site, he has transformed them into something else entirely." Behind them, Cardinal Fesch carried a reliquary containing fragments of the true cross, its light struggling against the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. "The consecration of this place goes back nearly 2 millennia, he said, his voice tight with concern. "For it to be corrupted this quickly, this thoroughly, the power he has accessed must be immense." They reached the first level of the catacombs, where Christian burials from the earliest centuries lay in neat rows along the walls. But the bones no longer rested peacefully. They stirred in their niches as the faithful passed, and some bore markings that glowed with the same malevolent light that characterized the shadow touched above ground. "The dead, remember," General Junot said grimly, his battle-scarred face pale in the unnatural light. "He has awakened not just the recently corrupted, but the ancient dead themselves. They serve as amplifiers for his working, their accumulated spiritual essence feeding power to his ritual." Brother Francois raised his reliquary of Saint-Denis, and immediately the stirring bones settled back into peaceful rest, but only temporarily. As soon as they passed, the unholy animation resumed, as if the darkness pressing in around them was too strong to be permanently dispelled. "How much deeper?" Josephine asked, the ancient crucifix in her hands, providing a small circle of clean light in the corrupted darkness. Marie-Claire paused at a junction where several passages branched off into the depths, tilting her head as if listening to voices only she could hear. 3 more levels. The Emperor has chosen the deepest chamber, where the oldest burials lie. Christians who died in the arena, martyrs whose faith was tested by fire and sword. Their accumulated spiritual essence makes the perfect foundation for a ritual of this magnitude. As they descended to the second level, the signs of corruption grew more pronounced. The carved crosses on the walls had been defaced with symbols that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Holy water fonts had been filled with liquid that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And everywhere, the whispered chanting grew louder, more insistent. "Can you understand what they're saying?" Cardinal Fesch asked, though his expression suggested he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Marie-Claire's face was grim as she translated the alien syllables. "They speak of doors opening, of barriers falling, of the great hunger finally being fed. The void between stars has been patient for eons, but it grows tired of waiting. Tonight, it means to feast on the accumulated spiritual essence of 6 million souls. On the third level, they encountered their first direct opposition. Shadow constructs materialized from the darkness, the things that had once been human, but had been so completely consumed by corruption that only the hunger remained. They moved with inhuman speed and coordination, their empty eyes reflecting the malevolent light that seemed to emanate from the very walls. But the 51 purifiers were ready. Moving with the same supernatural coordination they had displayed in the square above ground, they formed a protective circle around Marie Claire and Josephine, their combined scars creating a mandala of light that held the creatures at bay. "Do not destroy them," Marie Claire called out as Brother Francois raised his reliquary like a weapon. "They are victims as much as threats. Their corruption can still be transformed if we succeed tonight." "And if we fail?" General Junot asked, his blessed sword drawn but held defensively. "If we fail," Marie Claire replied quietly, "it will not matter what becomes of them or us. The void will consume everything, and these individual sufferings will be lost in cosmic devastation." They fought their way deeper, each level presenting greater challenges. The architecture itself seemed to shift and change, passages leading in directions that violated physical law, stairs descending further than should have been possible given the known dimensions of the catacomb system. "He has begun to tear holes in reality itself," Cardinal Fesch observed as they navigated a corridor that seemed to bend back on itself impossibly. "The boundaries between our world and the void are already breaking down." On the fourth level, deeper than any official maps showed the catacombs extending, they could hear the chanting clearly now. 27,000 voices speaking in perfect unison, their words creating harmonics that made the stone walls vibrate and crack. But underneath that terrible chorus, Marie Claire detected something else, a soft counterpoint of whispered prayers, barely audible but persistent. "The purified souls," she said with growing hope. "They remember salvation, and they're fighting back the only way they can, through faith itself." The final descent led to a vast circular chamber that had not existed in any architectural plan of the catacombs. The walls were lined with alcoves, containing the bones of the earliest Christian martyrs. But these remains now glowed with corrupted light, their accumulated spiritual essence being drawn into the ritual taking place at the chamber's center. What they saw there would haunt the survivors' dreams for the rest of their lives. 27,000 shadow-touched souls stood in perfect geometric formation, their bodies arranged in concentric circles that formed a massive ritual sigil. At the very center, on an altar that seemed to be carved from a single block of obsidian, lay the thing that had once been Napoleon Bonaparte. But the emperor's transformation was now complete. His human form had become a conduit for something vast and alien, his flesh rippling with patterns that followed no earthly geometry. Multiple voices spoke through his throat, harmonizing in ways that made reality itself seem unstable. And his eyes held depths that spoke of communion with hunger older than worlds. "Ah, my beloved wife," the thing that had been Napoleon said, its multiple voices creating harmonics that shattered bones in their alcoves. And her saintly companion, how predictable. "You have come to save me, to save them all, to somehow transform this great working into an instrument of redemption." Marie Claire stepped forward, her stigmata now blazing so brightly that they seemed to contain fragments of stars themselves. "We have come to offer you a choice, Napoleon Bonaparte, the same choice every soul must make in the end. darkness or light, despair or hope, the void that consumes or the love that transforms. The corrupted emperor laughed, and his laughter was the sound of reality breaking. Choice. What choice is there when faced with infinity itself? I have seen beyond the veil of mortality, communed with powers that existed before your precious God spoke light into being. What can your small human love offer compared to the vast hunger that calls to me? Everything, Josephine said simply, stepping forward with the ancient crucifix blazing in her hands. It can offer you everything you have lost in your pursuit of power, your humanity, your capacity for genuine feeling, your ability to love something more than your own ambitions. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in the thing's eyes. A spark of recognition, of genuine emotion, of the man Napoleon had once been. But then, the darkness reasserted itself, and when it spoke again, its voice was the sound of cosmic hunger given form. Too late, it hissed, gesturing to the 27,000 souls arrayed around them. The working has already begun. Their accumulated spiritual essence flows into me even now, and through me into the void that spawns all shadow. In moments, the barriers between worlds will fall, and everything you have tried to protect will be consumed. Marie Claire felt the truth of its words in her bones. The ritual was indeed reaching its climax, the geometric arrangement of suffering souls, creating a focusing effect that was already beginning to tear holes in reality itself. She could see through those holes into the void between stars, an infinite emptiness filled with hunger so vast it made her soul shrink in terror. But she could also see something else, the tiny sparks of remembered light in the eyes of the 27,000. Their whispered prayers creating a counter-rhythm to the ritual's dark harmonics. "You are wrong about one thing," she said, beginning to walk toward the center of the chamber. "You assume their suffering feeds your working, but suffering that remembers salvation is not the same as suffering that embraces despair. They may be here in body, but their souls have already made a different choice." As she moved through the concentric circles of shadow-touched souls, something extraordinary began to happen. Where her feet touched the ground, flowers of light bloomed in the stone itself. Where her voice reached them, the controlled souls began to weep, not tears of despair, but tears of recognition, of remembered hope. "What are you doing?" the corrupted emperor demanded, its multiple voices harmonizing in panic. "What I was born to do," Marie Claire replied, reaching the obsidian altar at the chamber's center. "What I was marked for, what I was prepared for through every moment of suffering in my life. I am offering myself as a substitute, my willing sacrifice in place of their unwilling corruption." She placed her scarred hands on the altar, and immediately the entire chamber was filled with light, so pure it seemed to reach beyond the physical realm itself. The void holes that had been opening began to close, their cosmic hunger unable to feed on willing love. But the cost was immediately apparent. Marie Claire screamed as the spiritual burden of 27,000 corrupted souls flowed into her, their accumulated darkness seeking to drown her individual light in an ocean of despair. "No!" Josephine cried, rushing forward. But instead of trying to stop the sacrifice, she placed her own hands on the altar beside Marie Claire's, sharing the burden through the power of perfect love. The effect was transformative. Instead of being overwhelmed by the darkness, the two women became a crucible in which corruption was transformed into something sacred. Their combined love, one human, one transcendent, created a resonance that spread through the entire chamber, reaching into every shadowed soul and offering them a choice between the darkness that claimed them and the light that called them home. One by one, then in groups, Then, in vast waves, the 27,000 began to choose light over darkness, hope over despair, love over the void that had claimed them. As they made that choice, their spiritual essence flowed not into the corrupted emperor's ritual, but into the willing sacrifice taking place at the altar. Impossible! The thing that had been Napoleon roared, its form beginning to destabilize as the power it had been drawing upon was transformed from fuel for destruction into something else entirely. The mathematics of darkness are absolute. Entropy must increase, order must decay. But Marie Claire, even as her individual identity dissolved under the weight of 27,000 souls worth of transformed suffering, found the strength to answer. "You understand mathematics," she said, her voice now harmonizing with itself in ways that spoke of transcendent unity. "But you have never understood love. Love does not follow the laws of entropy. It creates order from chaos, meaning from randomness, light from darkness itself." The transformation reached its climax as the last of the shadow-touched souls made their choice for redemption. The vast spiritual energy that the emperor had meant to use to tear open permanent doorways to the void was instead channeled through the willing sacrifice at the altar, transformed from an instrument of destruction into the greatest act of creation the world had ever witnessed. Light erupted from the chamber with such intensity that it could be seen from the surface of Paris, blazing up through hundreds of feet of stone and earth, to announce to the city above that salvation had come at the ultimate price. When the radiance finally faded, the chamber was transformed. The obsidian altar had become white marble, carved with symbols that spoke of redemption rather than corruption. The shadow-touched souls stood free, their eyes bright with tears of joy as they remembered who they had been before darkness claimed them. And at the center of it all, where Marie Claire had made her ultimate sacrifice, stood something new in the history of creation. Not quite human, not quite angelic, but a bridge between the two realms. Her individual identity had been dissolved, but what remained was love itself made manifest, a living embodiment of the principle that willing sacrifice can transform any darkness into light. The thing that had been Napoleon lay collapsed beside the altar, its alien form rapidly dissolving as the power that had sustained it was cut off from its void source. But as the corruption fell away, what remained was recognizably human. A man in his 40s, his face marked by exhaustion and pain, but no longer bearing the inhuman characteristics that had marked his transformation. "Josephine," he whispered, his voice weak but recognizably his own. "Mon Dieu, what have I done? What have I become?" The Empress, herself, transformed by her participation in the cosmic sacrifice, but still recognizably human, knelt beside her husband with tears streaming down her face. "You have been lost," she said gently, "but now you are found. You have been in darkness, but now you can choose to walk in light." Around them, the 27,000 freed souls began to sing, not the terrible unison chanting they had been compelled to perform, but individual voices joining together in harmony, creating music that spoke of hope reborn, of suffering transformed, of love triumphant over even the deepest darkness. The battle for Napoleon's soul, and for the soul of Paris itself, was over. Light had conquered shadow, not through force or power, but through the ultimate expression of love, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the beloved. The age of miracles, it seemed, was not yet past. Epilogue. The New Dawn. 3 months after what the people of Paris would forever call the Night of Light, Cardinal Joseph Fesch stood in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, preparing to celebrate a Mass unlike any in the long history of the Church. The great cathedral had been cleansed and reconsecrated, its stones still bearing a faint luminescence from the supernatural events that had transformed the city. In the front pew sat Napoleon and Josephine Bonaparte, no longer emperor and empress, but simply a man and woman who had been through hell together and emerged on the other side. Napoleon's face bore lines that spoke of terrible knowledge, but his eyes held a peace that had been absent for years. Josephine's transformation was more subtle, but no less profound. She moved with a grace that suggested constant communion with realms beyond the physical. Throughout the cathedral, other survivors of that night bore their own marks of transcendence. The 51 purifiers, their scars now glowing with gentle radiance that spoke of darkness transformed, had become living saints whose very presence seemed to generate peace. The 27,000 souls freed from shadow corruption had formed the core of a spiritual renewal that was spreading throughout France and beyond. But it was the figure standing beside the altar that drew every eye in the cathedral, the being that had once been Marie-Claire Duret, the humble laundress whose ultimate sacrifice had saved not just Paris, but potentially all of creation. Her form was recognizably human, but subtly changed, as if she existed partially in this realm and partially in another. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonics that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the soul. "My friends," she said, addressing the congregation with the authority of someone who had literally died and been reborn as something new, "we gather today not to mourn what was lost in our battle with darkness, but to celebrate what was found. We have learned that no soul is beyond redemption, no darkness too deep to be transformed by willing love, no sacrifice too great if it serves the cause of universal salvation." Cardinal Fesch raised the consecrated host, and as he did, every blessed object in the cathedral began to glow with sympathetic radiance. "In the body broken for us," he intoned, "in the blood shed for our redemption, we see the pattern that Marie-Claire followed to its ultimate conclusion, the willing acceptance of suffering for the sake of others, transformed through perfect love into the greatest power in creation." As the faithful came forward to receive communion, miracles, small and large, manifested throughout the cathedral. The lame walked, the blind saw, the broken-hearted found peace. But these were almost incidental to the greater miracle, the transformation of an entire city's understanding of what faith could accomplish when pushed to its absolute limits. After the service, Napoleon approached Cardinal Fesch with the humility of a man who had seen the ultimate consequences of his pride. "Your Eminence," he said quietly, "I know I can never undo the damage I caused, the souls I endangered, the darkness I unleashed. But if you will permit it, I would like to spend whatever years remain to me in service to something greater than my own ambitions." Cardinal Fesch placed a gentle hand on his nephew's shoulder, noting the way shadows now fled from Napoleon's presence, a sign that his redemption was genuine and complete. "The Church has always had room for repentant sinners," he replied, "and perhaps someone who has walked so deeply into darkness and returned to the light has unique qualifications to guide others who face similar struggles." Josephine joined them, her hand slipping naturally into her husband's with the unconscious ease of true partnership restored. "We have spoken of establishing a sanctuary," she said, "a place where those touched by supernatural corruption, in all its forms, can find healing and hope. There are other shadows in the world, other voids that hunger for human souls. Our experience in Paris may be needed elsewhere." As they spoke, Marie-Claire approached, her transformed presence causing the very air around her to shimmer with barely visible light. "The work is indeed far from over," she confirmed, her voice carrying knowledge of cosmic scope. "What we faced here was only one tendril of a vast darkness that spreads throughout creation. But we have proven that even the deepest shadow can be conquered by love willing to sacrifice everything." She looked out through the cathedral's great windows at the city of Paris, where the lights seemed brighter than they had in years, where people moved with purpose and hope, where the very stones seemed to hum with renewed vitality. "And we have created something new," she continued. "A template, a pattern that can be followed by others who face similar darkness. The willing sacrifice of one for the redemption of many, love transforming suffering into something sacred, individual heroism transcending personal limitations to achieve cosmic significance." Brother Francois, his reliquary of Saint-Denis, now permanently radiant with transformed light, stepped forward to join the conversation. "The Pope has asked for a full account of what happened here," he reported. "There is talk of new saints, new theological principles, perhaps even a new understanding of what martyrdom can accomplish in the modern age." Cardinal Fesch nodded thoughtfully. "The Church has always grown through its encounter with the miraculous. What we witnessed here, the transformation of ultimate sacrifice into ultimate salvation, will reshape Christian theology for centuries to come." As the afternoon sun streamed through the cathedral's stained glass windows, casting patterns of light that seemed to dance with supernatural purpose, the survivors of the Night of Light made their plans for the future. Some would travel to other cities where similar darkness had been reported. Others would remain in Paris to nurture the spiritual renewal that continued to spread through the population. All would carry with them the knowledge that no darkness is absolute, no evil insurmountable, no soul beyond the reach of redemptive love. Napoleon and Josephine walked together through the streets of Paris as evening fell, marveling at how the city had been transformed. Where shadow corruption had once spread, gardens now bloomed. Where despair had reigned, laughter could be heard from open windows. Where the void had threatened to consume everything, life flourished with renewed vigor. "Do you regret it?" Josephine asked as they paused beside the Seine, watching the lights of the city reflect in the water like earthbound stars. "The empire, the crown, all the power you accumulated and then lost?" Napoleon was quiet for a long moment, considering not just her question, but the man he had been, the thing he had become, and the person he was now struggling to become. "I regret the suffering I caused," he said finally. "I regret the souls I endangered, the darkness I unleashed, the corruption I embraced. But if losing all those things was the price of finding this," he gestured at the transformed city around them, at the peace in his wife's eyes, at the quiet contentment in his own heart, "then it was the best bargain I ever made." Above them, the stars shone with unusual brightness, as if the entire cosmos had been subtly transformed by the events in Paris. And perhaps it had, for when light conquers darkness at the deepest level, when love transforms suffering into something sacred, when individual sacrifice achieves cosmic significance, the very fabric of reality itself is strengthened. In the years that followed, the story of the Night of Light would spread throughout Europe and beyond. Some would dismiss it as collective delusion, others as political propaganda. But those who had the eyes to see would recognize in it a truth more fundamental than history, the truth that no darkness, however deep, can ultimately triumph over love, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of others. The age of miracles, they would learn, is always the present age for those with faith enough to participate in them. And in a small chapel in the Quartier Latin, built over the entrance to the catacombs where cosmic salvation had been achieved, a simple plaque would commemorate the ultimate sacrifice of a humble laundress who had loved greatly enough to save not just a city, but the very principle of hope itself. Greater love hath no one than this, that they lay down their life for their friends. But greatest love of all is this, that they transform their very soul into light, that others might find their way home from darkness. In memory of Marie Claire Duret, servant of God, saint of the impossible, who proved that even death itself is not too great a price to pay for the salvation of those we love. The end.